Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Printing Press, thank you. Good luck with the build. Thanks for the super chat. And Fluster, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's go. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Ak and Malfrey. Hey, Vinny and Lucas. How is everyone? Hey, Delmar. Hey, Steven. Hey, Luke, Jose, Edward, Sergei, Nadir. How is everybody today? We're going to have a good day. Hey, Da Vinci and Alex. Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. Hey, Papa. Yontek, how are you? Hey, Bill. Little Brad and Turtle. How is everybody? Missed the stream yesterday, so belated welcome back. You missed a frustrating stream, and I apologize for that. I fixed the problem, though. I 100% fixed the problem. I put earplugs in Siri, so Siri no longer responds to, hey, Siri. Hey, Scott. Hey, Steve. PF Dennis. Little Brat. Hey, Aaron. How are folks? Miss stream. Oh, I gotta catch up. This is going to be cool. I'm in the middle of a Jubilee tool changer. Awesome. Hey, Novarat. How are you? Hey, Ella. Hey, Bruno. Obi-Wan. Hoodwink. Bruno. Wish I'd made the black box. This is going to be a fun build. I'm really looking forward to it. And yes, Jan, I'm very happy to have met you at Rocky Mountain. Hey, Poity. Stream open since 4 hours ago. BA, Ritz, Mark. Let's see. I put earplugs in Siri. I didn't kill Siri. I can still activate Siri because it's handy. I use it for reminders, but I don't need it to activate when I say seriously. Hey, Collie, Renovic, and Laura, and Sean, I'm sure. Didn't get to see it, lost my membership. Ah, how'd you let that happen? First time I caught a stream, pretty sure I watched like 4 builds already though. Nice. What is roll call? What we're doing right now. What we're doing right now. This is the courtesy of Turtle. Said I should put a roll call on the screen. The sound seems low. Seems low to me too, from my levels here. I am using a different microphone than I usually use. It's the other Rode microphone. How bad is it? Can it be turned up and be okay? Because I've maxed out the volume here and I don't know what it's doing. Fabrico, thanks for the gifts and memberships. Okay, let's go ahead and turn that off. And let's see. Last week, right before Rocky Mountain. Oh, the tornado. The level is very low. How bad is it? Just a little? Can it be, hey, Biney, can it be turned up? So for those that weren't here, yesterday's members stream, we were playing with Tridex. And there was a fundamental issue that I had that I didn't realize when I decided to do that, is that some of the stuff I was trying to do was not fully tested. If that had registered with me, and Zruncho tried to tell me, and I didn't understand what he was saying, that it wasn't. It needs a little more testing. So I backed out of the auto nozzle align stuff, and I'm focusing on Joey's R2 PDX's macros and make all those work. I'm going to be working with Zruncho and folks, hoping to at least offering my services for testing the things. But it really bothered me that I let that, because I went into it knowing that we may not succeed, but that I let it get a little frustrated. So we're gonna have fun with this build though. This is the Blackbox. So Blackbox CE. Blackbox has been around for a good while. Blackbox is a 5-tool tool changer, and KB3D has been kind of championing and making kits available and getting it out there. So hey Ref, see you later this afternoon. So yeah, we'll go through some of the pages and stuff. First, let's go through a few other things. Link is in the pin post in the description for our regular Polymaker filament giveaway. There is also an affiliate link in the description if you are looking to purchase some and want to use that. So Blackbox CE kind of stands for Community Edition. So we'll go through that. KB 2.5D and 2D and 4D is just a joke to Chris, KB 3D, and it's a lot of fun. Hey Eric, see you later. Tuxedo, leaving soon. Okay. Skyrim. My PC volume set quite high to get normal volume from the stream. Well, we'll give it about 20 minutes and I'll switch to my other microphone and see if it gets better. What's that? Hey, Nappin. My name is, hello. A hex tray is printing for this, so I may have to go and get that. And I intended to open this, so we may get a little stuttering here for a second while I open Fusion. So give me a second. I'm trying to get things kind of pre-staged. So I have coffee. I am fed. I've put earplugs in Siri. We're gonna have a good stream. So that is still opening. This is a big file. It's a big file, and I can see it in OBS. How is that? Okay, it should be good. It's open. So let's leave that there, and let's go over here. What's the hex tray? It's a mic placement. Try relocating mic to beard. It's there. Hey, McFarlane. Have you plugged Alexa as well? I don't use Alexa. I have an Alexa capable device. It's turned completely off. Hey, a game key. Welcome. A game key. Andres? What was you told me your name before, but I could. Audio does seem all right. Yep. Nick, welcome. First stream you've caught live. Awesome. The GPs, hello. So, Blackbox. This link, blackbox3d.xyz, is in the description. You got over your IDEX build yet? I have chatted with folks. I have realized that there are some things that aren't fully tested. So, and there are other things that we just need to kind of figure out. That last problem with the Z offset going into print is a little odd. That I don't think has anything to do with the, I don't think it has anything to do with the nozzle align stuff. So good to see another tool changer option on the market going forward this series. So this has been around for a good while. This has been around since 2017. So, oh, I'm scrolled down. Here, Blackbox. There we go. I'm the open source Blackbox tool changer. And there's a little information here. There's a little video. No, we'll figure it out. Right here between my speakers, loves it when you say Alexa and is now diligently listening for your guidance. Perfect. Blackbox is a tool changing, originally designed by Mark Schroman in 2016 to overcome the issue on properly integrating flexible materials with rigid materials. The current revision of Blackbox was released as an open source project in 2017, and it has been revised into Blackbox Community Edition for release just recently. So this is open source. Everybody's welcome to contribute. KB3D is enabling the builds by offering parts, and with some partners, Mandela Rose Works and such. On later, Peter. Hey, Takuya. Hey, Wyo Ben. Did it again, clicked on play on your screen. And there's some info on how to contribute. So this, here's some specs. So this is important. So the build area is 300 by 300 by 275. It accommodates, in that build size, it accommodates up to 5 chassis mounted tools. Hey, Ajax. It does use water cooling for keeping the hot ends cool, both on the carriage and when they're docked. So that'll be an interesting new thing to do in the build here. It's Core XY. It is a belt-driven Z-axis with some lead weight counterweights to help keep that moving okay. It is fully enclosable. The build as it is in this series may not end up being enclosed. So as you see there, a hood is coming soon to finish that off. Not the only one that tries to scroll this stream. Yep. And it is designed in the spirit of rep wrap, using easily obtainable and 3D printable parts. There are a couple of machine parts here. They are fairly simple as far as I can see. So, what is hot end support for Blackbox? That's a good question. I have elected to do all Revo nozzles or hot ends for the ease of swapping around different nozzles. Electronics. This will be a duet and rep wrap firmware build. And then we get to get started. So if you went to, let's see, if we went to KB-3D, there is a page here, and this link is in the description as well. And there's a Discord about it. And if we go to the Blackbox CE, there is a configurator and more of this kind of information. So where do we find going with Rito, you don't need one. So it's very configurable. There is lead time, Blackbox configurable. Oh yeah, all this stuff. I was hoping to find easily. There we are. What are we looking for hot end compatibility? FDM tool, standard stepper. I might figure that out later. It takes a little bit of time to go through here. So anyway. Do you know of anyone using a high flow Revo nozzle with flexible filaments? I don't know. This is my first tool changer build. Hey Jared, welcome. Hey Jack. I've always been curious what's the difference between rep wrap and clipper. At the core, rep wrap firmware is a real-time OS. It uses G code for configuration. Its configuration is generally you configure what you have in your config file, and then you use macros to do stuff with it. So where Clipper, and it doesn't require, but it supports a SBC like a Pi. With Clipper, it requires an SBC like a Pi. It is very configurable, and more of the configuration is kind of real language, like and a lot of it is done for you in the background. It is still very configurable and flexible in macros. But I think at the core, the difference being the real-time OS versus using a command queue like Clipper does. I think a rep wrap firmware does not get enough love by the community. I love my Clipper setup. Yeah, I'm liking them both. There are definitely learning curve challenges for me with rep wrap firmware, but similarly if you were going the other way. E3D, V6, Copperhead, Revo, and others. Okay. You can use any tool head that uses a standard E3D, V6 heat break, M6 threads, Kratchen style heat break, smooth side, or a Revo heat break. Thanks, Luke. Now Luke is almost finished with, are you finished with your build? Luke has been streaming on Twitch, so if you search for Digital Dragon 72 on Twitch, you'll find his channel where he's been covering a build like this. Hey Brent, I've been going through withdrawals without a stream. Yeah, I know Nelson, I know I'm a little quiet. I'll try to talk a little louder. I'm gonna switch microphones here in a minute once it's done charging. I accidentally plugged it into a USB port that wasn't plugged into power. So I grabbed the other one. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. What else do we have here? Brant, and Chris, and Michael. Very hard to hear me. Turn me up if you can. We'll be switching. Commissioning my Blackbox soon. Awesome. For this build, so Chris at KB3D and I came to a mutually beneficial agreement on getting this kit to me. So there is a division of support there. And so, but a vast majority of this is thanks to Chris for enabling my addiction. Ella, thanks for being a member. So I am going to switch microphones real quick, and we're going to see if that fixes the problem. I'm going to assume that that's going to give me enough charge now, and we will see if that changes. I'm also, before I do that, give it just a couple more seconds of charge. I want to see if my hex tray is done printing. I started that this morning, and no, almost 88% done. So let's see, what does this view look like? I need to adjust this camera. There we go. Hey, Wolf Pup. This camera's working. These are the extrusions. So this is the entirety of the extrusions. We'll be using most of them today. And let me switch the microphone. Polo. So I'll cut out here for a second. Nice. Is that any better? Let's see. It should, I mean, it might be about the same. No, it's going to be a little better. My levels are popping a little higher when I talk like in a normal voice, so this is probably better. Weird that it's different. I'll have to plug these into the computer and look at the settings on them. A bit nuts. Thanks for becoming a member. Okay, let's get started. Let's start with the build guide. So if we go to, let's get started. Hey, lots better. Okay. So view our getting started guide below. So there is a getting started guide, and I don't actually want to download those. I have cloned the repo locally. There is a getting started guide here. More presence in the sound. That's weird that it's different. Okay. Before you begin, so everything's recommended to be printed with 0.4 nozzle. Considerations include rigidity for material, heat deformation. I am using Siraya glass fiber ABS, and some of them will probably be printed in glass fiber ASA from Siraya. I have a roll of black and gray ABS, and then I have a roll of black ASA. So depending on when I run out of the gray ABS, I'm going to transition over to the ASA and use them pretty much interchangeably for the build. So, yeah, talking about price on Blackbox, the price ranges from about $1,500 or $2,000 up to about $4,000, depending on how Gucci you get with it. That depends on which options, whatever. Fully kitted out with 5 tools, you're looking at probably between $3,200 and $4,000, depending on that stuff. Yeah, trying to catch. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Oh, and I'm not in streaming mode. Let me change over to streaming mode for Discord. So streamer mode. There we go. I didn't know Siraya made filament. Yeah, they do make filament. I think it's kind of a newer thing. This is a complete tool changer. Yep. So Blackbox parts were designed with printability in mind. Most parts will have an obvious orientation preference, and most are smaller in size. So let's zoom this out a little bit. There we go. Now, I have been going in and assisting Chris with some little minor printability things on the parts. So most of the parts I've printed and will be showing here are very minorly changed. And all those changes are already with Chris. So I won't be releasing any of my changes separately unless I make a mod or something. So, and they are things that, I mean, Luke built with the existing files, and I don't know what particular minor issues may have been found, but it worked. It's things like fillets against build plates type stuff that I decided to take the time to go in and correct. So, Blackbox has many printed parts and will require many days of printing, along with about 1.5 to 2.5 kilograms of filament. I'm still within my first kilogram. I have 3 parts of the build printed right now. And that's what I had to do in order to still get ready for Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. Zombie, welcome. Typical print settings: 0.2 layer height, 0.4 millimeter, 40 to 50 infill, and 5 to 6 perimeters, and then 5 to 8 top and bottom layers. Nothing major, everything printed great on the K3 and Pryline PC carbon fiber. Nice. Hey, K2 Kevin, welcome. We have Grant coming in. Here we are. Thanks, Grant. Hey, Tina. Hey, David. Hey, Mad Cat. K2 Kevin. I did not give out, I gave out some, but I did not give out nearly enough of these amazing poker chips that K2 Kevin printed for me with a QR code that works to my YouTube channel. Liz, welcome. TJ, Tuxedo, Grant, howdy, howdy. That is, that the hex tray in there still printed. Kevin, what size nozzle did you print these with? David got one, awesome. Hey, Justin, you didn't get one? Grant, how did I not give you one? Okay, so that's that. Little sidetrack there. Considering a printer for the build after next build IDEX or a tool changer. I don't think I'll need more than 2 materials. That's a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Nice. Something that came up on Grant's stream earlier, I was listening in, is this copper plated stealth burner that what was the company or the person at, what is their name? I don't remember. I have contact information to get a hold of them. It is, oh, I just got a QR code here because the copper plated benchy. But if anybody wanted to scan that, there we go. Oh, here, let's make it bigger. Okay, you can pause and scan that if you want. But it has, I love, so this is, they spent all show keeping this polished. I've let it get oxidized, and I love the look. Unfortunately, it's just gonna get to a point where it's not quite so lovely. But doesn't that look good? I like it. This is copper plated. They take a printed part, airbrush a conductive coating on it, and I think they said it was copper, and then electroplated it to a 0.2 millimeter thickness. So there is a slight extra heft to this. So, I wanted to build a multicolor printer to do HueForge stuff. So leading up to this, I have a TD1 from Ajax. We built this the weekend before Rocky Mountain with the intent of doing a HueForge print on this tool changer when it's ready. Intentionally rustic. Can you clear coat it so it doesn't oxidize? Yeah. You can clear coat it. Yep. Hey, Zarp. Be a great desk fidget object. Yeah. but I promised that I would actually put it on a printer and see how it does. So what I really need to do is either see if they want to do a few more accent parts or something, find a good matching color. And can they plate nickel too? Should be able to. I don't know what this piece, this is not, I don't think this is copper. I don't know what this is plated in. This is a little benchy, plated benchy. Hey, Glendon. The clear stealth burner at Rocky Mountain was cool. Yeah, LDO had some resin, clear resin stealth burners made. That was nickel? Okay. Steve, electroplates. I've done that before. My high school electronics teacher showed us how to do electroplating. We did a lot of copper. We made a lot of copper quarters. A lot of copper quarters are floating around Northern California. It's easy to get copper on the part. You can plate it with many metals. I've done nickel and also gold. Yeah. Okay, there is a scale of recommended print materials. And we are using glass-filled materials, tuning your profile, this kind of good stuff. And there's a test print I did, and it turned out good. Put TG copper parts on the green trident. Green trident. Yeah, a bunch of stuff here on how to measure that test part. Lots of interesting things. Let's get into the build. So guide 1, if we go back here, this is get, and then BOM and sourcing docs, and then there should be a build guide. So get into the frame. There is a little web-based applet here for looking at what we should end up with when we're done with guide 1. And there's an assembly PDF, all the STLs for it, and that. So I'm gonna open up the frame guide here. Need a silver TD1 with gold letters. Benchy from Hendrick. Hendrick, thank you. Nickel and copper plater are pretty easy for homebrewing. Yeah. One could build a steampunk printer with copper tubes and brass fittings and all plastic parts plated. Okay, I had already scrolled through this. Let's get to the top. This is all the things that we will be working with. So STL and then all the prints and stuff. Now, I have printed, there are a bunch of tools in this thing. I used up a color I'm probably never going to use for printed parts. And this is like agate orange from KVP. I had a roll of it because I wanted to see what it looked like in person. So all of my tools are printed in this. So find a flat surface. We got 40/40 extrusions. These are chunky. The assembled frame dimensions are 570 by 520. Layout, there are 3 lengths, 395, 420, and 470. Test fit the print corner bracket installation. Let's bring that out. What do you think of the color though? The tray, agate orange. Yeah, agate orange. Let's see. I think these are supposed to fit on here. I don't think we're gonna actually need these. And I didn't go through the same, they might not fit. That's interesting. It is not liking it. Yeah, that's not fitting. I'm not too worried about it. You don't actually need some of these, and this one is quite complex in its shapes. Yeah, we'll see. I still have my DL PDF frame I want at Christmas. Okay, so I had forgotten to switch over here. So we're supposed to use this thing to kind of help align this, but I don't think it's super critical. Might need a persuader. Oh, Luke says they were a pretty tight fit. Okay. The chat and Steve was saying different things. Oh, you were behind. Got to hit the live button. Okay, so most soldering iron installation kits for heat set inserts. You will need to let the iron cool after installing inserts for one side. So that's talking about heat sets. That's one thing I did off camera on this build is I did insert almost all of the heat sets. There are some challenging ones that I'm going to do 2 of them on camera just to show the process, but the rest of them are just heat sets. Okay, start with a 40-40 extrusion of 470 millimeters long. So let's get these identified. So I think these are probably, yep, these are the 470s. We're going to use this one. These are chunky. This is a 2020. Okay, so these are the 470s. These are the other 2. I need to figure out a spot, a setup. Let me grab a surface over here. Grab a surface that I can use to stack extrusions on for quick access. This will be much better. Okay, those are shorter, those are longer. These are same length as those. .4080 or 2080s and 2020s and whoa. Sorry about that. Hope that wasn't too loud. Okay. Love to stick around more, but it's 4 a.m. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Okay. Since it seems to say that this little bracket thing is important, let's see if we can get this to persuaded. First install probably needs a little extra persuasion. There we go. It's close. Then I'm going to use the thwacker. Thwacker. There we go. The thwacker worked. And hopefully that pushes any plastic out of the way to where that'll be. There. And I think the sound noise canceling should have taken care of that. So start with a Start with a 40-40 extrusion. Attach a 40-40 corner bracket using an M8 by 25. Oh yeah, that's another thing about this build. Let me get that. Find a spot to put it. Let's move these back here. So last stream, the Sunday before Rocky Mountain, I did an unboxing of this kit. That's why we're not doing it here today. Where do you get that little whacker? Thwacker. It's thwacker, not whacker. Thwacker. I just search for it on Amazon. Search for blaster, but the other word, hammer. Because it's for smithing is how they're labeled. Okay, so very nice, nicely organized hardware kit with a little guide for where things are. I arrived late. Will it be printing today? There is a near zero, probably actually 0% chance of that happening. So that and a bunch of fasteners here. So I think in this top here, we're looking for 8 by 25s. How is this? This goes like this. Here we go. And then M8 by 25s are right here. Dustin, thanks for becoming a member. Looks like a jeweler's hammer. That's not how they're labeled on Amazon. I bought it off Amazon. We have that. And these nifty machined aluminum corner brackets. And these actually look pretty decent. Let's see how they are for square. And these are nicely square. I have the brass in a drawer waiting for me to get around to building my thwacker. Making it yourself is the best way. There are so many guides out there for making them. I think I am going to use thread locker on this. So I need to use this stupid thing up because, yep, it's hard. They must have changed the formula because now this thing hardens up even with the cap on in between uses. This one that I've had for 15 years, and I need to just throw that away because it's gone, never hardened up. High quality 6-ounce non-sparking brass and nylon something Smith hammer. Yep. What material is that? This is aluminum. This is an aluminum part. So that goes in there and kind of fits within that. Now, if you look at this, the printed part, it's very dependent. It doesn't end up flush here. So I'm not sure how useful this part is going to be. And I'm probably over extruding on these parts is why it didn't fit well and why this isn't fitting well. So it needs pressure to activate. This one just needs air apparently, because that whole top there is crusty. I feel like they had to have changed the formula. Let's see if we can pop the, Jesus. Yeah, see? That whole little slug. And underneath that is all fine. But this thing, for how much they charge for the stick, I don't recommend it. Are you sure it hardened on screws then? It's hardening out in the air, so I'm guessing. But I am going to use it here to use this up and just get rid of it. I have a whole thing of typical stuff. Zombie, thanks for being a member. Blackbox or Trident tool changer? Blackbox. Have you considered switching to Vibratite? I have not, but I should. The GPs, thanks for the gifted memberships. What we got? M4D Mike. Hey Steve, super excited for Blackbox. Have fun. I will. The GPs, thank you. And Glendon, thanks for becoming a member. So I am actually going to, because I think that printed part is going to cause me more problems since, like I said, I think it's over extruded. Things aren't ending up flush here on the sides with it there. I'm just going to ditch this. And maybe I'll try reprinting this just to see if it's my settings or if maybe it needs an adjustment in the part. Mine is new, 1 to 2 months, and doesn't harden like that. I've been really good about keeping the cap on it in between. So, new. That's gonna go there. I never go through a small tube of blue Loctite. That big bottle would last me a few lifetimes. Okay, what? So now we are dealing with the white balance issues that this table has, but I need the flat surface. We'll do this. And make sure everything is good there. Should make sure that I don't have any extra dust and stuff on here. Liz, thanks for being a member. 6 months to 6,000 more. I finally used up my Loctite stick on the Milo. Yeah, that's the Milo is the finishes it up. Make sure everything feels nice and flush, so we'll go with that. And we will do minor adjustments as we need to as the frame gets assembled. That was just the first one. So start with a 40-40, attach a 40-40 corner bracket. Do not fully tighten the screws for now. You will fully tighten the screws a bit later. Now I did fully tighten them, that's fine. I'll take their advice here for the next. But next, attach a 40-40 extrusion of 420 millimeters to the corner bracket, to this corner bracket. So this is gonna go like that. I have a bottle of 242E Loctite, stole it from my dad, got it from work, I would guess over 15 years ago. Still works, yep. The guy you didn't know at Rocky Mountain stopped you and asked you about the table. Throw that away so I don't get it all over me. So 420 millimeter extrusion. Which is that one? Not that one. It's this one. These are LDO extrusions. All of them but one. That one I think we'll get to in the bed assembly. So this is gonna go right there. Just make sure everything is good. No burrs. It's gonna go there. I think I'm gonna be wiping Loctite off often. Got me a slab of granite yesterday. My back hurts today. I stopped by the countertop place that I got this at because they're pretty much the best place around here for offering up remnants. And I'm looking for a dark gray piece because they sell the slabs, but they don't often have dark gray remnants because I think it'll be better for on camera. Hey, BBs. But it's a place, it's called One Cabinets or One something here in Sacramento. And this remnant was like $60, which isn't too bad compared to either places that want a fortune for one or won't sell them at all. Most of the remnants at this place are in the 26 to 28 inch square range. And I think anything around 2 foot square is probably really usable for frame building. Neighbor had a kitchen remodel, really pretty granite. Yeah, and what I'm using here is actually quartz, which is a manufactured material. So rotate the frame counterclockwise 90 degrees and mirror your progress with another corner bracket, another 40-40. Mirror your counterclockwise. So we're just doing this. Okay. Couple more brackets. And then this guy. Could always apply adhesive vinyl on top of the slab. I don't want to put anything on here that could have a variation in thickness. I want it to be raw material. I'd rather get a different machine. Let's see. My hex tray is finished. I'd like to go get it so I can put things like this in it. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab it. Let's do. Yeah, this turned out really good. I'm very pleased. Kind of see the centric infill. This is the last time you'll see it as pristine, because that gray is going to pick up all the dirt from the bolts, all the oils. Just send one to my printer, can use it for my Mark IV build. Yep. Yeah. So this is the Siraya Tech, let's see, there we are. Siraya Tech ABS glass fiber. There's gray and black, and that's going to be the colors for the build. Basically the gantry I'm going to do in the gray, and put all the frame stuff and Z-axis I'm going to do in the black. So now I can put those in there. Let's take a couple of spots. So we're going to be using up these fairly quickly. Delmar. Knew there was something missing. Exactly. Hey, out of Adam. Great seeing and chatting on Rocky Mountain. It did fly by. It was way too quick. There was an incredible number of people there. It was really fun doing the peel the panels on the Phoenix. I think there's a new record coming, managed a minute. What material you're using to print these brackets? These brackets are aluminum. These come in the kit. Hey, Armor 3D. Hey, Luca. That one's going to go there. Record for how long I can keep a Voron cub on top of my cat's head. That's hilarious. That must be an awesome cat for it to be more than a microsecond. Anything more than a microsecond and you've got an awesome cat. Hey, can you? Take that as a compliment, as I thought you printed them. That is a compliment. Anyway, to start Rocky Mountain, a few weeks ago I had an idea to, because I was putting the panels on the Phoenix, and I got the idea kind of spawned by someone saying, hey, I'd pay to peel those. They were just an offhand comment, and about midnight, I think that night, it occurred to me, ooh, we're going there. I'm gonna want these on to protect it on the trip. Let's do peel a panel for a donation to Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. And that turned out way beyond my expectations. We had quite a few people donate to peel a panel. We had, let's see, I actually got, I didn't get, I don't think every name, but we had Kevin and Derek and Doc and Jason and Bill and the Voron team and Hector and Jason, oh, I said Jason. We ended up earning over $1,800 towards, the foundation for peeling panels on a printer. You got Hector on camera? Yeah. I'm pretty sure someone got Hector on camera. Hector did, I mean, we got to $930 and Hector matched it, which was, that's what he does. And that was awesome. Hey, Letian. That was the first time I put a face with Discord user. Paid to peel the small one I did. Which one did you? I don't know. It was yeah, it was incredible. Okay, where'd I put the rest of those brackets? Here they are. You still have the Badger keychain? I do have the Badger keychain. It might be where I empty my pockets in the house. Hey, Rodney. How do you think a flying gantry design versus a Core XY with 3Z motors compare? What are you talking about? Basically V2 versus Trident? Is that the core of that question? Voron 2 versus Trident? Hey, Bob. Welcome. Hey, Pathetic Puma. So they both, as far as if you're talking those two specific printers, they both work very well. Trident is an easier build to get right out of the box. There's less things to deal with. So the general recommendation I have is if you're newer to building, build a Trident. If you want the cool flying gantry, just realize it's gonna be just a little bit more complicated of a build. That granite work surface feels as good to work on as it looks. It is nice. I wish it was darker. I've had this one for a very long time. I'm looking for a dark gray one or something. They had a black one, but it had like chrome sparkles in it that I thought would be a bad idea. Hey, Christian from Brazil. Awesome. What do you think about Rat Rig Hybrid Core XY? I looked at the Rat Rig. I think it's a pretty decent, pretty cool printer. I'm not sure, but there's a chance I may get an opportunity to build one. We'll see. What does Doran Belta sit in the Voron lineup? It does not. It is a interesting community project. We have a lot of interesting community projects. Trident was harder build for me, actually. I cussed way more. Really? How is that? Grant's not still here, right? Because I know he would say the same. He hasn't built a 2.4, but I'm sure he'd have words about the Trident. Daniel, just for help for next projects. Thank you. What's a Blackbox? Hey, Josh. Blackbox is a open source tool changer project that has been around in some form since 2016. But it is the things about Blackbox is it's a small footprint to volume printer. So it's an efficient, I guess I should say it's an efficient footprint for the number of tools. It uses water cooling for keeping the hot ends cool, both on the carriage and in the, and when they're docked. So, did anything surprise you at the show? I'd have to think about that. Let me think about that. Would love a Rat Rig 4 build, or what about a Micron Plus? We did a Micron Plus on stream. Does anyone know where will be bomb changes to the Trident kit when LDO makes them available to vendors again? I have no input or no insight into what LDO is doing with whatever revision of their kits. If I asked, I'm sure they'd tell me, but I don't know what their next revision, if it includes any changes. If you have a chance, try to go for the IDEX version of the vCore 4. If we do that, we're probably going to build a single tool and then update it to IDEX later. That's what the kind of chat was about. What is the build area on the Blackbox kit? It's 300 by 300 by 275. These are 40/40 extrusions. They are monstrous. Parallel Y rails are the hardest on the Trident. Getting the gantry belt properly tightened on the V2 is the pain point. And not just getting gantry belts tight, but getting the gantry actually lined up properly. I think many of them out there are not lined up properly. I'm going to be building this with 5 tool heads. Be a lot of tubing and manifolds. Well, it's not a lot because you have 2 loops for the water. You have one going to the carriage and then one going to the dock block. So it's one loop for all of the tool head sits up against, and then one goes to the carriage. So it's not quite as complicated as you might think. You're asking Steve, but the couple of guys building a filament cartridge system blew me away. That's true. That was interesting. All 5 gonna be pricey. Did you get to see the belt clips? That was neat. Yes, that was a clever design. Okay, let's go back here. So we did all, oh, where am I? That is not oh, that's another page that I had open before. Let's move this over here. So take this assembled, attach it to the rest. Now it's time to press all the parts flat on your build surface and check the corners for square. Now I've already tightened it as I was going, and it is square. It is flat on the table. It's not rocking. Everything is good. I'm going to use the roto tool boards. No, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing for all of that yet. I do have a roto tool board on my V2 though, and that's the printer that was at the Duet table at Rocky Mountain, was my V2 Rep firmware V2. You're in your temporary studio that I was just going to use for a few weeks. Yep. Okay, so this should be 630.317. Where is the 630? Where's the 317? I don't think I can get that fine. Let's just see if we get an S. Let's do that. That is impossible to measure, for me to measure exactly, but that is right at 630, and I can't actually get into the corner there. This is not precise. I'm not really too worried about it at this point yet. This is in the same spot on 630. It'll be fine. Now we could measure, like we can go outside a couple of reference points here. Like this is 690, going across something like that. Going across here is, here we are. Going across here is right there, 690. So couple of different things. It's not a precise measurement there, but considering I've checked these corners as square and it's flat on the table, we are going to be good. You can give all the final tightening, and I probably should just make sure all of these are fully tight. Why they didn't go for blind joints here. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know these are 40/40 extrusions, right? So in order to do a blind joint, you need a bolt head, at least the traditional blind joint, you need a bolt head that will fit, I can't actually hear. You need a bolt head that will fit in here well, and that's, so we're probably looking at, is this gonna need to be an M10 probably? An M10 might not be right. I don't know what's the width of this extrusion slot. Well, that says it's 8.35. I don't know that I'd want to use that. That might be okay. So it would be an M8. So I don't know. It is an M8. It would be. It's also probably a product of when this was originally designed. Let me go through here and just make sure make sure I've got them all tight and everything is still square when I tighten it. Hey, Francis. There we go. Okay. Those are a couple of Ugga-Duggas tight. Side frames. Turn the assembled upper frame onto one of the 40-20 frame extrusions. Attach a 40-40 of 395 to a corner bracket. So this is going to up on here. Up on the short end, I believe. The short end is 40 or 420, right? Yep. Need to attach the one of these four 395s here. Those last few microns are tough using a stick, yes. Ben Webster, interestingly, maybe I'm just going through this faster, but I've actually hit the little center piece on this Loctite already. I officially do not recommend buying the stick stuff. Maybe if I was, maybe for a specific build, it might be worth it. Part of the reason for blind joints not being used is the original frames that were available were thicker. Also the difference in availability from EU to US. There we go. How do you like live streams versus edited videos? I don't do edited videos, so I want to do edited videos. I have not gotten comfortable with the workflow of that. So, just got a bad batch. Maybe check with Loctite. Maybe. Remember to like this stream. That's right. We have 450 people here and we want to hit at least, we should be hitting 400 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we give away a roll of Polymaker filament at the 3-hour mark. That's 2 hours from now, a little under 2 hours from now. And we try to hit a certain number of likes by then. And I think we just go through and do all of these. Oh, no, they, to the bottom. So we're gonna end up, okay, so that's that. And we're gonna go one right here. We would lose Steven Tuesday since he would need it to edit videos. This is true. Working on my first long format video and it looks horrible compared to some videos I watch. That's part, I mean, honestly, that's part of why it's taking me so long to get. Because I feel I've put such a high standard on what I would want to release. Because people are amazing at videos and production. And I get analysis paralysis in the details. Like music and transitions and graphics. I want all of that. I want what I see other people do. You and me both? Yeah. There we go. You guys, 441 peeps and 200 likes. We're getting there. We're a little over 200. 208 right now. Let's talk about that, Steve. I freeze as well for my work videos. I'm gonna do my own design. I'm not a fan of all the printed parts. Oh, for the Milo extrusion or enclosure, Casa. They have more staff. Don't do purple and blue backlight videos, please. Go. I will unsubscribe as we see a Steve builds VTube animation. Okay. Don't count the last stream. Don't count the last stream of what? The last stream had a lot of, the last member stream had a lot of good info in it. I had too many things build up. Build logs are very good, Steve. That's your style. Maybe you could shorten the videos down, but don't need any fancy stuff. I have ideas for what I want to do. I have ideas, but a lot of people don't like the sound of their own voice. Well, yeah. Used to build Vorons. This should be a piece of cake to build. Builds a lot. I think I go with a version of CNC faster holes in panels. That would help a lot. Okay. Attach this assembled to the bottom of the two. Okay, so we're going to go this way. Am I doing this right? So we have this, and it says turn the assembled upper frame onto one of the 420 frame extrusions. That's what I did. Attach a 395 to a corner bracket, just like that. And then attach another 395, and then take another 470. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. This is a 470. I have a feeling this is backwards. I have a feeling that this instruction here should have said 470. Can I get Poity or Luke or someone? Can you confirm? I should have turned this up on the long side, because this says turn the upper frame onto one of the 420 frame extrusions. But I think this should have been a 470, because we're putting two 395s and then grabbing a 470 to connect them. So I think we should have gone this way and attached over there. So that's okay. We are not far. Whoa. I am right. Okay. So a little tweak to the manual. So let's pull this one off. So that's going to go over there. Then we can do this with two more of these. Now, which orientation do these? This is kind of hard to see. Let's make sure I have that correct. But I think when this sets like this, the bracket, yeah, there we are. The bracket is up instead of down. So that helps. I have a fairly steady stream of ideas for standalone videos. I just haven't taken the time to do any of them yet. But now that Rocky Mountain is done, and I don't have any major things to prep for in the next little while, we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna do get some assistance here. Having little clamps, various sizes and stuff is really handy for this. So I am going to put this one under there just to hold that one in place, and then I can just use this one by fingers. Put this up into place. Put that. Yep. Now it says to do this, you know, the easier part would be to put this on this extrusion first and then bolt into there. And that's probably what I should do here, is just bolt this on. Then I can put that there. That'll be easier instead of having to mess with the clamps. How heavy are the extrusions? I don't know what it actually weighs. Don't know where my scale is right now, so not sure. They're hefty. So this is going to go on here. As the instructions said, this is easier to put them on this extrusion first, and then we can put them up onto here. I did a combination of that. Okay. Since the majority of the work from that is lathe work, I only need to be able to mill the tool holding slots stiff enough to do that. I had jokingly talked about putting my Milo in the base of Phoenix, but I think I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna put it on its own table, but I think I will put a couple of printers in the base of Phoenix. That's good. It's pretty perfect right there. Configurator for this is pretty intimidating. I guess I'll just have to enjoy watching the build. You build one. There is quite a bit to it. I think Chris had said something about that. Let's see. Close this. Hey, John. Welcome. What about the configurator? Kit configurator, it's not final, and it is tough to navigate. I think KB3D staff are available if anybody needs some help deciphering that configurator. Yeah, so there is a link to the KB3D Discord in the description. I would recommend that for anybody who needs help with that configurator if you're planning on building one. That is right. Yep. Go. That's on. Hey, Mike. Okay, using a carpenter square, use my machinist square, check that they are, yeah. That is really good. Yeah, I am good with that. What does the CE mean? Community Edition. An invite to folks who want to modify it, use it. Do you have a link for that square? I'm pretty sure it is in my Amazon store. Dragonflame, thank you. Welcome back, Steve. Just built my first Voron 2.4. Awesome. Is that square? I think I had put it on my Amazon store page, which is linked in the description. I'm pretty sure I had. If I hadn't, I'll have to do that. Running the Milo inside the Phoenix would make a huge mess, chips everywhere. Inside the base of the Phoenix. Phoenix sits here. I moved Phoenix. Let's do a little, see if this works. There we are. There's Phoenix, next to my garage door. The base of the Phoenix. Right now it has a bunch of filament I brought back from Rocky Mountain, and then the V2 and the switch wire. But there is and then there's a Micron and a V0 inside of it. So yeah, there's a base here, and I was gonna put Milo in there and enclose it, but I think I'm gonna just use a couple of printers down there. Do you have to use fluid with a Voron on? Where is Cascade going to go? Cascade has a pretty small footprint. It'll go on top of a bench over here. It'll probably go right next to Milo, wherever I end up putting that. Oh, your base art belong to us. Dark 3D, thanks for being a member. Okay, so I'm happy with that. I'm gonna be fine with that. Hey, Pex Peppers, guess what I had on my eggs this morning? Now building the remaining side in similar fashion, using the remaining 40/70, 2 corner brackets. Be certain to check for square and equal distance as stated above. Well, this will be fun. So we are going to go this way first. Put these here. I turned it up on its end. That's going to go there. This. I'm running low on packs. Wife loves it. I got me a big bottle of Pueblo Red, courtesy of Mr. Peppers here. Pueblo Red is what I had. It was a filament management magnet at Rocky Mountain. Every time I saw him walking around, he had a different stack of filament. So I bought some, a roll each of the Cookie CAD ABS. And then I also purchased from them a roll of PET-G and a roll of PLA. The PET-G I'm planning on using in a blaster build coming up, and the PLA just looks amazing. I got a couple of rolls of LDO PLA from West 3D as part of my What's in the Box. Instead of the TD1, I bought a roll of HT PET from Fusion, from Luke's laboratory, of Fusion HT PET. I got a couple of rolls of special Polymaker ABS from Ajax. Yeah, I got a lot of filament. Looks like you build another Phoenix inside the base of the Phoenix. Well, it is exactly the dimensions of the Phoenix frame, basically. So busy delivering people's orders. I couldn't hang out. Mad Shammy, 232 likes. Come on, we can do better. Yeah, let's get to 400 in an hour and a half. I'm not a huge fan of hot things, or I would gladly try some Peck sauce. The Pueblo Red, Poity, is delicious, and it's not hot. I mean, it's got a little teeny tiny bit, but it's not. It's my favorite. Have you tried Ambrosia Midnight Meteorite yet? I feel like I might have gotten a roll of that. Might have, if I got it, I would have purchased it off their website, but I don't remember. I have too many rolls to remember it all. I ended up not coming back with any unwelcome guests. Just on vacation in Vegas, all I came back was an empty wallet and COVID. Ew. Get some cookie head fairy floss. Man, that's awesome. Pueblo Heat. Okay, now I gotta do this one. So I'm gonna flip this around this way. Probably see, yeah. This might be the better view still. Put this on. New sauce is delicious. I'm rebuilding my Micron Plus right now with a Midnight Meteorite. Nice. Do you think you'll build a printer to print Peak or something similar? You know, I would like to do something for higher temp filaments. I don't think that is a conversion of something I have. I'd like to do something that's will truly be able to do higher chamber temps. I don't know what that is yet. So there's nothing on the docket, but it's something I would like to do. Even just to do like some ADC chamber temp ABS printing. So no Doom Cube conversion. That's not what that means. I do have some Doom Cube frame bits that may end up on my green V2 because that's probably the one that's most appropriate for it. But I'm talking truly higher chamber temp printing. Hey, Dr. Dave. This is 4040. This is chunky. Did you ever use the clicky clack door? I have not. Also linked in the Discord stream chat, the Git thread locker I have used and really like. Okay. You have a solid fork coming up, smaller printer, work good for high temp. I have a solid fork already, and I'm planning a rebuild of it coming up, and that'll actually get the Fly 5 that Jay gave me. So it'll get rep firmware with the little rep firmware toolhead board for it. Hevor with high temp plastic parts and active heater. Motors are outside the chamber. That could be a fun one because Hevor's a community build that I would love to do. I can hit 63 on a, yeah. So you can hit good chamber temps with just insulation on the Vorons. But the question was peak, and we're not talking peak. When we're talking that, we're not talking peak. The front fell off club. I don't want to join the front fell off club. I want to do it right. And then this one. Yeah, there we go. So I got 2 more of these. Building one at the moment, still in sourcing parts, missing mostly only bed parts and panels. What is out there for Hevort? Because that would be a really fun build at some point. After 1 hour, no progress, will not be ready in less than a week. Bet on this. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We are almost out of these bolts. Hey, I got an extra bolt in here. I got a little M2 in my M8 bag. I'll get the hardware completed within 20 hours, but then spend 80 hours fighting with Clipper config. I'm not, John. No Clipper config fighting on this one. Rep firmware config fighting. Made a baby wall. Exactly. that Intel will make one of them an N10. Hey, Leon. Look into the DIY oven built with extrusions and with heater for heating to build chamber. Rep Rat Riot. How is Rep firmware these days? It is working fine on my V2. It has the thing about it is that I'm navigating right now is the learning curve, figuring out what commands do what. The nice thing about Rep firmware is you can look up. I mean, there's pretty good documentation on all of the codes. What the parameters of those codes mean can sometimes be a challenge to decipher. I work on my printer, always I find ways to do better than original and I'm having delays. Hey, Victor. Okay, so this goes towards the inside. So this goes like this. Oh, and I'm imagining I end up with 2 extras of those bolts. Keyboard is a tough build, no instructions, most likely have to do a little custom designing to get high temp. Latest thing is all-wheel drive motor configs and custom VZ CNC toolhead or thick belts and water cooling. I am no stranger to building off of CAD. Got a big giant printer over here. So that doesn't bother me. Figure things out off of CAD. There's a whole different mindset to the build. I'm not worrying about like checking, trying to give feedback on documentation, that kind of thing. There's a whole other way to go, a whole other mindset when I'm doing that, I think. Axel, thanks for the gifted memberships. Be a monster with 40/40 base for future improvement. A Big Red, not so different from Clipper. It would be easier if there were complete examples in the documentation. One thing that I'm super happy about with Rep firmware is they took my biggest complaint when I originally put it on my V2 is that there was zero good documentation for how to do something like QGL. QGL was not listed there, and you were kind of left to finding examples to do it in a macro. But now there is an example out there that works well. And I think that's due to my feedback on it. Can't actually get my fingers on that to, I can hold that in place. There we go. Getting in line with Clippers. Input shaper, don't know why I typed not. Because you were recommending to be able to try it, and this is awesome. I'm proud of my VT 1600. Awesome. Congrats. Hey, Apollo. It was just released. They did a lot of work getting PA to play nice with input shaper. The new dev effort 3.6 beta is not getting input shaper more in line, is now getting. Okay. I need to get up to date with that 3.5.1 then. It's nice that they finally got a full release of 3.5 though. also working with Mellow on partial kits. Cool. Hey, Blue Hollow. Renovic, after joining in again, what are the corner pieces made out of? Wouldn't it be better to use blind joints? These are aluminum. I don't know exactly why blind joints aren't used, but I imagine it's based on when this was designed. Okay. Tighten all screws. So everything going to like that. Bottom frame. Now turn the partially completed frame upright with one of the side openings facing you. Oh, geez, this is going to be a heavy printer. Step out for a few errands. See you later, Tuxedo. You're going to attach the two 2060 extrusions to the side frames. If your 2060 extrusions have 3 holes on each end, we are going to only use the 2 outer holes. Future 2060 extrusions will only come with 2 holes drilled per end. Place 2 M4. So what are we? So it says, now turn the partially completed frame upright with one of the side openings facing you. A picture of that would be nice. This is this way. Oh, geez. Okay, so that matches what the picture is there now. And we're 2 M4 slot 8 roll-in nut. M4 slot 8 roll-in nuts. Yeah, Sunday workout. Ducted fans help with lifting it off the table. That was amazing. These are M4 slot 8. That is M4 4040 T-nuts. I think that's these in the back corner here. There's quite a few of them. So we'll get some pulled out into the hex tray. I think this is like that. I think like that. Those went in nice and easy. Okay, so all 4 corners we're going to do that. Steve, the holes in the T-nuts are noted for a reason if you didn't see it. The holes in the T-nuts are noted for a reason. Oh yeah, I just by default. Now, are these M4? They gotta be. Let's make sure. I don't work with M4s often, so just making sure I've got the M4 version. Might as well have gotten a drone with an extruder. So the orientation of these is being noted, so I am paying attention to that. Those are some thick, deep extrusion slots. So getting my finger in there has been, there we go. So who's going to Open Sauce? So that's the next event I'm going to be at. Who's going to go to Open Sauce? Place one 2060 extrusion on top of the 2 lower 4070. So 2060, or what is that? Yeah, 2060. Thank you again for the signed hex tray at Rocky Mountain. I'm gonna have to build a VZ bot now to use it right. Awesome. You'll be there, Upload. Awesome. Too expensive. Mad Cat, if it wasn't too expensive, would you be able to go? Is this the same printer on Hackaday from 2019? I'm not sure. Is there a mod for V2 that uses 4040? It looks stiff. Got to be good for speed. I don't know if there's a mod or not. I was looking at tickets yesterday. This frame is serious junk. It is. Bill and John will be there. Awesome. Hell yeah? Okay. DM me, Mad Cat. So I bought a ticket on the last day of the show last year. I bought a ticket. They were super cheap. Not knowing whether we were going to have a table there or whatever. So we are going to have a table there. So I will be able to get in without that ticket. I don't know if it's transferable, but if it is transferable, I may be able to get you in there with that ticket. So we will check. Can't get there, but already booked flight, hotel, and car for 3D Printopia. Awesome, PF Dennis. I'm planning on being there as well. Good size counterweight you have there. We have a table again. Yep. Okay, I need the 2060. That's in here somewhere. Oh, that's these. That's these guys. Wish I could get there, but it won't happen because I live too far away. Yeah. So these are 2060s. These are going to go here and here. I remember wanting to build this printer some years ago. Nice to see the project is still around. Yeah. Please make a vid there. It's too far for me. Thanks in advance. That's something that I kind of feel like I have to do coming up, is do a little bit of content at these shows, because this year I'm going to miss a lot of Sunday and Tuesday streams due to shows. So I think I'm going to have to do some show content. So stay tuned. Okay, verify the holes for the are centered in the holes drilled through these. Repeat for the other end. Insert an M4 by 30 through an M4 fender washer and insert through one of the holes in the, then fasten to the repeat for the 3 other holes. Check that it's flush against the 2. 395, okay. Repeat this process for the other side with the remaining 2060 with fender washers and M4 by 30s. You need to strap a Phoenix on your back and walk around open sauce. Yeah. Okay, let's grab this. Oh, no. This is not light. A lot of fasteners in there. There, now I have a stand. Okay, the M4, so these are the M4 thick fender washers, okay? And I need M4 heat sets. Let's put those back in here. M4 by 30, so 4 M4 by 30s. Three holes in the 2060. The instructions said that the middle hole isn't used and it won't be in the newer builds. So M4 by 30s are right here, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4. Instructions showed only 2. Yeah, the text in the instructions mentioned that the current frames have 3, updated things will have 2. It doesn't really matter that there's extra holes there. Now I have room back here to just put the fasteners behind me. Weird choice to use the washers. I would put a slider nut in there and bolt through it. So we're gonna need 4 of these. Go. So if I do this and I want to line the T-nuts down here up, I'll actually be in the Bay Area the entire week before open sauce. That right there, and then let's see if I can get to the okay. Need 4 more M4 by 30 for the other extrusion. You're right. You're right. They are speed holes to make the frame a bit lighter. Every little bit counts, right? Well, those are already pretty well lined up. So Blackbox 3D is the site. Yes, it's linked in the description. So I will need another set of these. I've only got enough things for one side, so. Well, that's, okay. What are we doing here? Let's get a, oh, it's all the way through. Okay. So if I zoom in here, it goes right on top. I thought for some reason the fender washer went into the slot, but it doesn't. What's with the passive water cooling? For the hot end cooling. Okay, so it goes all the way through from the top. So we'll just get these loosened. Machine is a monster, yeah. Hey, Kobe. We made a box and it's black. Does that mean it's finished? Nearly. That didn't go. There we go. And one more bolt in this. Just figured out your voice sounds just like the actor TJ Miller. Really? I don't know what, I'm not familiar. This will be easier. Well, that's interesting. Okay, we've got an interesting thing here, and that the distance here might not be consistent. Let's find out. Might need to tweak the frame into square. Hey Adam, how was your trip home? Are you home? Are you still here in the US? Next year we're also considering Rocky Mountain if you want to look into that. No Loctite on these. I should do Loctite on these, you're right. You're absolutely right. This is all metal to metal to metal. It was good to see you, Adam. I'm glad you were able to make it over here. I'm home. It took many hours, but I'd eventually make it. Jet lag still kicking. Yeah. Dude, I had such jet lag when I went to Smurf. Of course, I was just a week past, or a couple of weeks past recovering from COVID as well. But did all the TD1s survive? Oh, yeah. I have many vids to watch. Dan, welcome. Glad you found me. Where are we at? 11:47. We're at 269 likes. Let's see if we can get to 400 in the next hour and 13 minutes. 460 people here. It should be possible. Okay, what size is this? Is this? No. It is this. Go. This is going to go against here. And then, so maybe I'll do something like, something like this. I had jet lag last year going to Miami for work, waking up at 5 a.m. Yeah. That box does indeed appear to be black, so the title checks out. It is a chunky black box. Nice build to finish in a hurry. Okay, let's see what we have for distance between the extrusions. 400. Okay, so that should be 420. It's 421. Let's see what this is, right at 420. So we need to pull this in a little bit. We need to, so I think what I need to do is, oh, interesting. So something to check, Hoity, if you don't mind. I don't think the holes in these are lined up with where center should be here. We can kind of check that by doing this, because this one is lined up. Oh yeah. Yeah, so those are not centered. That's a bit of a problem. Am I missing something? Those are not centered. So I would imagine that the holes in this extrusion should be centered in these slots, and they're not. So if I put this center here, so this, I know camera angle means it doesn't look centered, but we are significantly off on this side. I don't know if that's going to be okay or not. What's that in the background? OCD and stuff. Is it a mount on the wall behind you? This right here is the roof there, the roof rack for my Subaru. Can you measure the offsets? Yeah. I can get a rough estimate. Are you talking about the holes in the extrusion? The holes in the extrusion here are less than 10 millimeters from the end. They're less than 10 millimeters from the end. They are less. Let's look at the CAD. Let's look at the actual CAD. Subaru roof rack, yep. So if we go to, is this what we want? Yeah, let's isolate this. And these are what we're talking about. And I think what's going on here, if we do an I brings up the measure dialog. And if we go from this to this bolt, that should be 11 millimeters, and it's like 9 on these extrusions. So there is an issue with these extrusions. Yeah, okay, so let me explain that. So I went from this surface at the end of the extrusion to a cylinder. Fusion will give us the distance, which is to the center of that cylinder, or it'll give us the maximum, which is to the other side of that, or to either side of that, the minimum and maximum. So if you look at the first number here, this is the distance from the surface I referenced to the center of that cylinder. So got a cruise this fall, but would be after 3D Printopia. It's an easy drive for me. This is not going to bolt up great as it is. So what I want to do is probably drill these out. What is going to be, I don't really want to just drill them larger, Adam, because that's quite a bit larger. And I don't know that it's actually 9 millimeters. It might be more or less. It might be 8. I'm just trying to guess. I guess I can get a little better. It might be either side. So if I take this, and this isn't going to be perfect, but if I go here and I measure the diameter of that, which is about 4.4 millimeters, is the diameter of the hole there. And then we'll go the short distance here, which is 6.9, and it's probably actually 7, just kind of looking. So let's say it's 7, and that's 4.2, then that's 9.2 I mean 4.4, so that's 9.2 millimeters in, and it should be 11, so it's 1.8 millimeters off. Can you use a shorter bolt and connect it like the blind joints on a Voron? You are splitting the current hole on an end mill, and the Milo may be best. Yeah, I agree, Joel. I'm not set up to do that. I couldn't do that within a stream right now. You draw it large from one side, but don't go all the way through. You still have the same mounting face as before with the washer. Still wondering why these are mounted with bushings, not lowered through wider opening. Those bolt heads are used for floor alignment. Could you just use M3 hardware? Not for this. There are many solutions we can go with for this. Are you saying that the bolt heads here are going to be used for later in the build? Just keep going and replace with assuming extrusions off stream. You don't realize they were used for something else. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the further steps. We're kind of taking this steps at a time. I am going to take the suggestion of seeing if I can get this assembled with blind joints. I like that suggestion. And what that's going to do is just get things in place, and with the idea that I can, there's holes to account for those heads, okay. To continue the build today, I'm going to see if we can get this aligned and the frame square with blind joint things. And if I can get an angle on that with a driver into there to tighten it down properly, then that's what we'll do. I will, off camera, fix these extrusions. That's a good question on if they're the right length. So let's check. They should be 482 millimeters long. Yeah, they're 482. Any other extrusions just like these? No. So let's do that. Let's get an I need two M4 button or M4 button heads. I've got a little selection of those here. Let's pull these out for now. You still around, Luke? You didn't run into this? Thanks for becoming a member, Adam. Appreciate it. So I think I can get away with, I'm hoping I can get away with. Oh, I can't do M4 blind joints. They're not, the head's not big enough to reliably grab into the 2020. You didn't run into a problem? That's interesting. And Adam, thanks for the gifted memberships. That's interesting. There's a little bit of a rock to that extrusion. You should have M5 4040 T-nuts. See you, Gert. Let's see. Do I have M5 4040 T-nuts? I do not. I do not. I have M3 and M4. Should I have M5 4040 T-nuts? Roy Coney, thanks for becoming a member. Does it work with a washer? No, it won't. I'm drinking coffee and dropping a nut into it. Do you still drink it? I do. Let's look at the next steps. Where are we at next in this build? I think this is going to be a a little bit of a sticky point. So we're going to bolt these on. Nothing is attaching to that part for now. Can you just skip? I found the perfect set, which is all the hardware you could want. What is the problem? Not enough room or too much? Well, in order to properly fix this, because this is part of the frame, you really need to be going into the center of these slots. Now, what I could try is see if they will tighten down and then fix it later. I'm measuring 11 millimeters from center to extrusion end. Yeah, so are there other? No, these are the only 2060s in the kit. So mine were drilled wrong. Mine were drilled wrong. VHB it. Here's what I'm gonna do then. Let's do this. Let me grab my big Bessie clamp here and dust it off. Dust off the Bessie clamps. Can the corner joints be loosened, then retightened after attaching the 2060 extrusions? That's not going to help because we want the frame to be square. Okay, let's get this. I'm putting this here because I want to force the. There we go. There. Now I'm going to measure for the 420 millimeters we're supposed to have between the spots. If you drill bigger, the washer would support and cover it. Yes, and that's fine. I don't want to just drill that to, 2 millimeters radius bigger, which means a 4 millimeter larger hole. I'd rather slot it. And that's a great reason to use the Milo, I think. Let's do this as a reference. Let's just do it on both sides as a reference. Yeah, I got it right on right there. Okay, so it didn't take a lot to just flex in the frame, just force it into square. Now I'm gonna find out if these can just be tightened down and be okay. So we're gonna start these. Just got the YouTube notification that you're live. Chris will send you, yeah, these are covered. I'm not worried about modifying the extrusions. I'm worried about being able to continue the build today to actually make progress on it. Right now, we're not at a point where I could actually make progress unless this works right here. If I can get this to tighten down, and it looks like I might be able to. Yeah, the T-nuts do have some play. That's what I'm counting on. Make sure all these are started. Sorting bolts for the next 3 hours. This one is being a little more, oh. This one knocked out of place altogether. There we are. I think we can get this. I think these have enough play in them that we can continue. And I will fix it off camera. 4 more of these anyway, so I will explain what's going on. So if we go up here, and this T-nut goes in there, right? And we've got one on this side. The holes in the end here are what appear to be 1.8 millimeters too far out, which means that we want to try to hit the center of these slots, but I'm almost 4 millimeters to the outside, almost 2 millimeters each side. What I'm counting on here, and what seems to be working, is that this T-nut can actually sit over, you see that? Can actually sit over in the slot and still tighten down. And that right there was the almost 2 millimeters I need. See that? Just tighten them one side of them and move to the next step, leaving it partially loose until later. Now I need the frame to be square. This is important. So, but as you saw me move that, shift that, we do have enough play to make it still work. So I'm using the clamps here to make sure that the frame is 420 millimeters between here, so I can not worry about that as I'm tightening these down. So now we want to make sure that this is centered. Now what is going to be the best way to figure that out? Let's look at the CAD to figure that out. To go I for information and click that face and that face, and we want 9 millimeters in on that. So I'm going to once again grab a 1, 2, 3 block here, put this right here, and then measure 9 millimeters right there. Worried for me? Are you talking about me? Glasses. I was complaining about scoring a butt joint frame. Okay, that is 9 millimeters right there. So I'm going to tighten this side down. There we go. Pulling that to make sure it's flush against this extrusion here. Then I'm going to check this side. Make sure that we're also 9 millimeters. Oh, for the frame being squared. Oh, I'm not worried about it. That is 9 millimeters there. Get a good, yeah. Pull this here. Now, this does mean that if the floor indexes to these aren't in the right spot. This still needs to be fixed for everything to fit. But for today, we will do this. Now we're going to go here. That is square. Square. So can't really get a good thing there, but that'll be. I don't believe you're an IT guy, all this CAD and printer knowledge. I am an IT guy. I'm not tightening these down too much, just enough to where they don't. Okay. Crisis delayed. We can continue the stream. Okay. Lining the T-nuts up and grabbing washers and stuff. An IT guy if he hasn't asked someone if they tried turning it on and back on again. Okay. Those. I'm not going to Loctite these there. There's not much that can stop. That's the plan. I'm not Loctiting these because I know I'm going to be pulling them now. So. Because my fix here is not a permanent to the end of the build fix, because I know I'm going to have alignment issues with these if a floor on this indexes to those. $450 here, but only 300 licks of the button. Yeah, we did hit 300 though. We're at 440 people. Okay. Put this back on. So that's square. Measure that 420 millimeters. Oop, bing. Bing. Now, when I go to do this again, I'm going to be going a lot more careful. I know that I'm going to be redoing this, so should pull out the floor piece next and see if the bolt heads fit in the holes. I don't even know where that is. I'd have to pull the full box apart. Not a bad idea, but I'm not going to worry about it. Now I want 9 millimeters. Right there. Nice, thank you. Yep. That should mean, hopefully, this side is 9 millimeters also. Very hard to see. Yes. Oh, Christopher, I'm apparently 10 minutes behind. Oops. One semi captured on the front of the T-rack on my CNC router table. It's acrylic. There should not be M5 4040s, but some came mixed in with the M4 from the manufacturer. Oh, fun. What did I drop? Oh, that's an M5. Okay. So that is together. Once that is together now, so we can move on. So those are on. Now to verify this frame is square, measure the distance between the outer faces of the lower four. The distance should be 500 millimeters at each end. Adjust if necessary while keeping the 26 extrusions flush. Tighten all the M4 screws. Any excessive tightening in the roll nut will cause the nut to deform and the extrusion it's housed in. Jason Barbier, thank you for becoming a member. Let's just make sure that I have 500 millimeters to the outside of this. That is 500 there. Nope. There we go. That is 500 there. Very dependent on what angle the light hits them for readability. Yes. And honestly, I'm going to very close right now. At this point, I'm going to very close because I know I'm going to have to pull it apart. Okay, look at your frame and choose one of the sides with the 470 extrusions to be the front. And orient it's this side facing you. For the rest of the guide, printed parts and assembly context will use the nomenclature front, back, left, and right. Multiple parts which attach to the same side will be designated as top and bottom. Lay the frame down onto its front face. I don't know what its front face is. Locate one of the 335 and remove the blue painter's tape if installed in the preparation section. I have to acquire one. I like the high-vis color. Semi-captured, okay. Be careful not to let the MGN12 slide off. Insert 8. The exact positions will be realized as the MGN12 is secured. So what is that? So I pick one that is the front. I mean, I haven't found a flaw in the surface finish of the extrusions yet. I have not seen one, so it doesn't really matter what side is the front, I guess. So I think I'm just going to turn this way and call that the front. Hey, Jen. Is that Yen? As I realized, I was calling Yantech Jan. So is it Yan and Yen? Is that right? Okay. We are going to put from Austria. Now, I did not prep any MGN rails. I don't know if they will probably need some greasing, so we may be spending some time today greasing rails. Well, let's put these in, paying attention to the orientation. I've hosed mine down with WD-40 and alcohol, and they've held up really well in the colors. They're cheap, so I recommend them. Is the Blackbox a new design? I've never heard about it before. They're LDO rails, or should be. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing the LDO on there, so I need to grease them. Yep. Be quite precise with them. The Blackbox has been around for a good while. Oh, talking about the yellow yardsticks. That is a nice, I mean, it comes in really handy for just general approximate measurements. We might be taking a little detour here to, these go close together. This one goes the other way. Right, like that. Like the yay. Okay, that's what I thought. I learned that this weekend. Nice to meet you in person at Rocky Mountain. You too, Ricky. Now, names to faces are tough. I remember every face that I met. Do not have a good handle on putting faces to names. Oh. Okay, so we have rails. Hey Dan, welcome. So, which length is this one? one of the 335 millimeter rails. So I'm guessing one of the shorter ones. Yeah, those are gonna be, these are gonna be for the axes. There's 3 of these probably. These are the 335, yep. Thanks for saving me a table and rallying the community to rescue me. I'm very happy to do that, Luke. I just had to find somebody, and that was all there was to it. Remembering everyone's names is really hard, especially when you're remembering screen names versus real names. Yeah. Okay. I wish I would have done this off camera, because this is one of those things I wanted to save time on, and I didn't think about it. Greasing rails. Remember a face till the day I die, but a name is likely to be forgotten before the end of the conversation. Yep. It's Demlar, right? Delmar? Demlar is your new name. Demlar. Living rail should always be done on camera. I'm just running the blade over the metal parts and then just ripping it in between. Oop, there goes that one. Two. I'd love to visit Rocky Mountain, but it's too far away. How long till giveaway? I need to go into the basement. 39 minutes. Got 75 more likes in 39 minutes. I'm sure we can do it. $39 minutes. Okay. So there's those 3. I'm gonna need some napkins. Put that away. Get a couple of napkins. This is actually kind of nice without Phoenix behind me. Have a little extra space. Extra oily out of the package. Definitely needed to wipe them down some. Yeah. What do we have here? We have, these are not the same. These are LDO, but I was looking to see if I could determine what preload they are, but I can't really tell. I don't know what the numbers, it's ZF at the end of the serial number or the model number. Some of them are Z, like 1 or Z0, Z2. That's the newer stuff. I don't know what these are. Beef type. Where's the Phoenix living now? It's just, you can see the corner of it right there. Does it show up on the, nope, this one's zoomed in. It's in the little corner, it's right there. The race to be last on Steve's giveaway. That was hilarious. Hey, Fun with Our Pies, thanks for being here. A little nap. Frame's just about done, yep. Is the Phoenix finished? Well, it's in development, so I wouldn't say finished. It could print right now. I had trouble at the festival in Colorado with getting the beds to heat up to ABS temps, but I tried a different PID tuning strategy when I got home and it worked fine. So. How does a preload affect the build? I don't know on this printer, and I don't know what the preload is on these, but the preload is basically determines how tight the carriage is on the rail. When you started just as I was going to bed, now sleep is done, shower is done, now for food, then off to make and deliver the bagels for 16 hours. Bagel sounds good. Okay, so those are there. Now I need some grease. My little grease tube is. Nick, thanks for becoming a member. I would love to know more about this different PID tuning strategy. It's not about PID tuning, it's about how I measured it. So unfortunately, what I'm mentioning isn't going to help you on your V0. So Phoenix has 4 individual beds, and they are 4 600-watt beds in this case, 110 volts, 600 watts. What I was trying to do is PID tune them individually. When I got home, I PID tuned bed 1 or bed 0 and left it heated up, and then tuned bed 2 and left it heated up, then tuned and so forth, right? 0, 1, 2, and 3. Leaving them heated up is what the difference was. At the show, I was tuning 1 and then applying the settings across them. I didn't spend a ton of time on it. But yeah, it is a different beast. Is that the same as the amount of balls in the blocks? No, it would be more the fit between the balls and the sides of the rails. Doesn't move under its own weight, the carriage. On the Phoenix? No, not at all. It has 4 different beds. It has 4 different beds, 4 different heaters, but 1 build sheet. What kind of bed thermistor situation even look like? Each one has its own thermistor. Each one has its own. Okay. Syringe full of EP2. I'm gonna do this around the frame. I like to put things back together the way they come apart. So on these carriages, there's a line here, not one on this side. So I usually put a little Sharpie mark on one end so I know it always goes back onto the rail the same way. I'll just mark those all right now. Phoenix bed sleeper for extra challenge. Would be a challenge. Is the bed flat? How does the bed mesh look like if you could show it this stream? I can't show it this stream, but I will say it's within 0.2 millimeters across the thing on a mesh. It's amazingly flat for what it is. Hey Ram, how are you? Okay, so that is there. Now, I can slide this off the end very carefully. Set that down and take a thing needs a beacon, or it will take forever. No, just adaptive mesh is good enough. Okay, so just making sure anything is out of the grooves here. These are new, so I'm not actually cleaning them. I'm just adding some grease. So I'm gonna go here and just kind of push very gently, push a little bit of grease out into the gaps in there, balls, and then I'll take a small screwdriver and very gently, starting from an end. If you try to push from this end, you're likely to push them out. If you start just like 2 at a time this way, and just go and push them through the channel, Is the Phoenix set to print with 2.85? No. It's all 1.75. So see, just really gently there. And we can take this extra and push it in. And do that again. And it doesn't take a lot. Just barely get it in there. And we'll do the other side. So just putting it in there. Make sure it's down in between down in the gaps. And then I push this through and see those are starting to come out there. So I can just push them back. Just pay attention and do it nice and slow, and you're not gonna lose any. I've got a couple that are falling into here, but the grease is on here too, so it's helping to keep them from just flying out. There's a few that have worked their way around. Those in there. There we go. One more right there. Wipe off the excess here. No greasing holes. I don't know if those actually go all the way through. I don't have a syringe that'll work well for that. So now paying attention to what direction this went. So there's my red mark. So this goes on here like this. I do this by holding those springs in place with my thumb and working on to the end, just like that. Steve is always too detailed. I just pack a crap ton of grease and spend the next 3 days wiping up excess. Tool that you get with TAP, I remodeled it to work the MGN12 rails, and it's a killer to have when re-greasing blocks. That's not a bad idea. Yep. My thumb works pretty well though. And that's it. That one is done. What is LVP? Okay, that's already marked. Straight off the end. Wipe these down. Luxury vinyl plank. Do both sides here at once. How are we doing? 341. So we have 29 minutes and 59 likes to go. Manipulate those back up into their spot. Go. Might be a good idea to use a non-magnetic tool to slide those balls during lubrication. These aren't. This isn't, not intentionally, but it isn't. But the grease is also, if this was magnetized, there's not enough mass there to actually do anything to overpower the stickiness of the grease. Just move those through. Sometimes it works better than other times. Yep. Just a tiny bit more. I probably put more than you even need on these. The first application is probably enough. Hey, Philip. A seasoned veteran, I don't think I have the guts to grease rails this way. Okay, there's my mark. That goes there. So on my thumb. None lost. The partial remove method seems to work well. It's good. I'll be picking ball bearings out of the carpet for weeks. Definitely lots of methods. I don't know what the partial remove method is. Magic trick is use the paper towel under the process. The bearings will not run away. Well, they less likely to bounce very far. What do you think about pushing the grease through mounting holes? I hate that method. I am not a fan. Not a fan at all. I won't do it. There are probably a dozen other methods that are more effective. This works great pre-assembly, not so hot when the rail is already mounted vertically. Well, true. I was scared of opening up the carriage. Once you did this once, it's very easy to do. Yeah. I see what the usual never take the carriage off is that it'll probably be fine initially, but come maintenance time, you really need to be comfortable doing this. Yeah, I also no longer support doing or suggest cleaning these in a sonic cleaner. If you forget, don't get on it right away. It is a very quick way to introduce rust. Karma streams, welcome. Okay, so those three are done. We won't be getting to the gantry ones this stream, so this is all we're gonna do today. Not all that we're gonna do on the build, but these are the only rails we're gonna work on today. There, that out of the way. Get all of this and clean my fingers. What hour is maintenance time? I mounted holes in mine and it's been a champ so far. Could ultrasonic and in petroleum. Sonic bath filled with grease. Would the grease dampen the the sonic? Okay. Go back to the instructions. Things out of the way. Oh, crap. Okay, that's fine. I realize I forgot to print something. I printed these, which is the alignment block. I printed 1. I was supposed to print 3. Mike, I did that. The moisture that's in any IPA was enough to corrode the blocks. I do that. I don't put ISO directly in the sonic cleaner. I did that basically, and it was not a good idea. I did print the jigs. I printed 1. I was supposed to print 3. I will, we will measure it to align it. We may even do some dial test indicator aligning on this. Let's go out. There we are. So let's do this. This is the bottom, so we'll do this so we can read it. These are just barely the an okay size here. Okay, let's see what they say about positioning. It was 99%. I never left it in enough to find out if it was going to rust. I use 99% as well, and it's still. Even pure IPA can rust. There's an oxygen in the alcohol. That's what to do the oxidation. Brake cleaner. Should be able to do it with 1. Oh yeah. I am going to do that, and then I'm going to check it with the dial test indicator and see how straight it is. Laid out this way, all the holes used to secure the MGN12 rail are accessible. It's likely that your M3 roller nuts are not aligned with the proper holes at first. It is easiest to correct this by moving up and down till the hole Online, refer to the picture below with screws attached to verify you're using the correct hole pattern. Screws loosely attached till the next. Okay, I don't care. I want to know this. I want to know how far from the end. The rest of this stuff is just. That's all the screwed in. Install the print Z axis left rear linear rail installation tool into slide. Okay, that's what I wanted. So there is a little printed alignment tool in here. This guy goes into the end. Looks like here. There. It goes right there. Maybe this will be a better. Use hour meters that I started in the print start. Wasn't telling Steve that pure IPA would not oxidize, and I did a research. Okay, what are we doing for which holes? It seemed to say. I think we're just doing this, and this, that. This one, that one, and then in the middle here, doing these 2. Okay, that's what we're doing like that. And I am going to do my thing. As long as it's not too big of a pain to do. I'm going to do this. These are not lined up well for my OCD tastes. There we go. And one more. V02 up and running, pico-bellical with orbiter. Congrats. LDO HB rails are supposed to be pre-lubed. LDO HB. What's HB? Okay, now let's line them up. So much better. So much better. Symmetric. Find a way to interface a Hobbs hour meter to my printers. Okay, now we are going to use, so are these M3 by 8s? Is that what they said? If the frame is perfectly square? Nope. But it's not all, it's also not sitting on here. I'll figure that out. Honey badger, oh. Yeah, I will figure that out. Oh, it's also sitting on who knows what other stuff here. Let me get this secured. Aggressive, put a piece of aluminum foil in one and it eats holes in it. Don't be sorry to do. Okay, what size holes, what size screws was I supposed to use for this? Oh, should be looking here. Pre-printed. M3 by 14 is what we're using, okay. M3 by 14. There should be a lot of them, or a good number of them. Is that these? M3 by 14. Doo-doo-doo. 3 by 16 and 3 by 14. Yep. There is some frame squaring I need to do. Maybe once I get these on here, we'll play with that because that's a good thing. Even though I'm going to have to redo it, which is why I haven't really spent a ton of time on it. It's probably good to still do on camera. I just step away. You good? Oh yeah, I'm always good. Let's see how well this does. Just kind of getting this started here. Now, does this bottom out? Worried. Can't really tell. Let's find out. Let's put this here. I want to make sure these aren't bottoming out. Nope, they're not. Okay. I prefer to use solvents to clean greasy parts. Okay, let's get all of these. Get all of these started. The two center ones. Okay, so this one, tighten there, move along here. I'm not tightening, I'm just kind of let's see how that worked out method-wise with the dial test indicator, just for fun. Let's give to flex and tweak in 40/40. Yeah, yeah. There is a rock there. I need to figure out where that is. That guy. And this guy. There. we'll see if we can get a better view of this here in a second. I looked at the kit page for this and it confused me on what I would need to order. So the link is in the description for a Discord page. Let's try this. I want this to go here, and let's see if I can get something that's going to give some kind of view I can get on camera. You'll need to take your time with the frame, cranking the corner joint, bolts, put things out of square. Yeah. Not surprising. That is really close. I don't know if I can get a great view, but maybe with this little camera. Let's try that. There's a bow to it, but it's very, very close. On the ends, it ends up exactly. The fancy tool, I want the fancy tool. On the ends, it works out pretty much exact. Let's see if I can. Now this is assuming the extrusion is straight too. So extrusions are not. Let's see. That moves over. Oh, that didn't that time. I'm not sure I've got a great setup here either. Let me make sure my setup is good. Seen that gauge now I need? I'm a tool addict. Yeah, let's change this to the top. Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot. There, that'll be better. Let's see if I got play in both directions. Now, oops, I can't get to the end, so let me twist this around. Yeah. Finding the, there we are. There we go. There. Right there. Send this over to 0. There. Zeroed out. Oops. Let's see. Goes, oh, it looks like 0.2 there, but it goes all the way back to 0 at the end. But the extrusion is slight bowed if you're not square. Very well could be. You gotta know what is your. I could put this on the surface plate to really find out if it's straight or square. But there is a bow this way of what looks like about 0.2 millimeters. And I know I don't have great camera angle here. This goes back to, oops. There's 0. It comes down to 20 and then comes back to 0, right at 0. Now the question is, I wonder if I can see, I may be able to see that with a, I'm not seeing that with the straight edge here. I should see if it was, is that 0.2? This is 0.01. Yeah, that would be 0.2. I should see that with the, do you have a way to test if the rail or extrusion is bowed? Well, just using a Mitutoyo scale here, or ruler, I guess it is, I'm not seeing 0.2 millimeters for sure. I should be able to, the end should touch and the middle should be clear, and I don't see that. So I want to try, let's move this here, tighten those, loosen these a bit. Now what happens if I do this? Nope, the other way. That's a hard, it's hard to bend or hard to move the extrusion. Here's something we can try. I think the rail has a little bit of a bow to it. So if that's 0 right there, if I go here and I go this way, and now move this to 0. Oh, which way? Well, now it's off. Try the ruler on the rail. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, it's very slight. It's touching on the edges and sliding in the center. This isn't perfect, and it's not a perfect test either. It's not a perfect test. Not a perfect test. And this is a degree of things we don't really need to worry about, but we're just having fun. A bowed rail before? Yeah, these are not designed to be, these are designed to be bolted to a reference surface. This is why using rails all on their own is not perfect practice. Now, practically, does it work? Apparently, but it's not the intended purpose. These rails are intended to be bolted to a machined flat surface. Hey Daniel, welcome. Whack it with the hammer. Thwack it. I am not going to worry about this. There's 0 there, and then I'm not tightened down, so none of the measurement there matters. Bowed is okay as long as you bolt from center outright. I was just running just rails. Make sure they were high quality ones. So that's the other way, bowed in the other direction. Like a bow this way is different than a bow this way. And there is not a lot of material for this to clamp down on in these extrusions. Thought these rails are machined, right? They are ground for the grooves. I don't know the rest of the manufacturing process on them. Well, that works. That's way closer. Okay, so that's 0. Just tightening everything down, I'm less than 0.1 millimeters out on that. Less than 0.1 after tightening everything down. So I must not have, I didn't tighten it down before. I should have. That's good. We are good. Yep. And I'm not tightening a ton here, just making sure we're tightened from the inside out. Okay. Oh. Put some stoppers on these. There. I can take this guy out. LDO rail, LDO frame. But we need to play around, because you're right, we need to play around next with getting this frame a little more square. Well, I'm going to be redoing most of it. Let's get all this off of here. This thing is heavy. Make sure I don't have anything that's going to impact. There we go. Let's set it on its top first, because this is what was fine. So there's no rock there. I like the way how accurate you want to be on your build, so the final product is so clean and perfect. So as we demonstrated in many builds, especially like the Milo, is I think the care taken in the assembly did contribute to an easier time at the end of having things closer to trammed. So Sanity, how are you? Oh, we're at giveaway time. We're at giveaway time. We need 33 more likes in the next negative 20 seconds. 33 more likes in the next negative 20 seconds. Let's do it. $32 more. Okay. This thing is chunky. I only need 15 more now. Only need 15. I have a time machine. Where am I going to put this? Let's put this over here. Ah. There we go. Oh, 4 more. 4 more. Polymaker filament giveaway. We do this every stream. If you don't win, you still want some filament, there's a link in the description. Tired, arrived home a while ago. Good. And we're there, 401. Back in time about Steve builds 3 seconds, exactly. 80 plus pounds of parts for the base printer. That does not account for the tool heads, printed parts, and water. Yeah. Is magnet rail going to be the replacement of linear rail? So linear motors like on Magneto? No, but they are cool. Okay. The way I do this is we will be closing the entries when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. That 3 seconds starts right now. So 3. I'm not even paying attention yet, but it still starts. Let's clear out the last time. But the V core was a pain with 3030. Can't imagine 4040. It is going to be a heavy printer. Mm-hmm. Okay, when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, I'm assuming we've had an entry since I started the countdown, so I'm going to start over. 3, oh, there's one. 3, 2, Polly should give away a spool of filament for every 100 people. There's a new one, so 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. You got in? Good. Oh, there's a couple more. 3, 2, how to join. There's a link in the description and in the pinned post, old man shorty. You got a couple of seconds to get in there. Well, about 0.7 seconds. Did you get a roll for every time Steve says 3? Way more than enough. Okay, 3, 2, 1, half, quarter, eighth, 16th, there. 3, 2, 1, done. Okay. 3 seconds. Remember, time is relative here. Exactly. Linked sheets. Nice of them to collaborate with makers as part of their marketing. Tomorrow. Tomorrow will be interesting. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tuesday, we'll talk about it. Tuesday, we'll talk about it. But tomorrow will be interesting. So there's always 42. Okay. So, Brian got in first. And, oops, not that. Find that developed Tourette syndrome with his countdowns. Only Reader does daily giveaways besides all the YouTube giveaways. Yeah. 1 minute and 37 seconds. Speaking of relative time to Phoenix and whatever, has anybody read Project Hail Mary? I was introduced to that book on the Drive to Rocky Mountain by RCF. It was excellent. We listened to the audiobook and it was great. Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir. Is that right? Yeah, if you haven't read or listened to that, it is a great read. Okay, now, looks like Brant got in at the last second. Same guy that wrote The Martian, yep. Are we getting Voron, Delta, or was that just an April Fool's? That was an April Fool's. Pretty good, like the twist, well, pretty obvious twist, but good, yeah. Project Hail Mary. That was about homing all without testing end stops first. Yes. No, that's YOLO. That's YOLO. The Martian is better. Started to listen to that one on the way back. Artemis is one I want to listen to. The Martian is narrated by Will Wheaton. I don't remember the name of the person who did Project Hail Mary. Pretty good. The name is escaping me. Didn't do well. Artemis was great. Movie in 2 years. Yeah, they're supposed to be doing something with Ryan Gosling. Is that right? As Grace. How many times? I'm going to say we want to shuffle this some number between 1 and 20. I don't know why 20. It's not 10. Ray Porter narrated. Okay. They did a good job with the various voices and accents. Narrative Project Artemis is really good. Rosario Dawson, yeah. Let's see. Let's do 16. Sanity just got home. Let's do 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So those are the Bobaverse books. Nice. Okay, who do we got? LDAV 2. Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. LDAV 2. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you are outside the US or Canada, there's a form with a long list of filament you get to choose a roll from. LDAV 2, are you here? Say something in chat, tag me, someone will see it. Not taggable. LDAV 2. I'm playing with the 4-layer adhesion of the second layer on this print. You're here. Congrats. I thought so too, Daniel, but someone else said they were still getting a form. So I don't know. You'll get something. You'll get an email from me. I haven't found something to print with it. Congrats. Let's see, let me get it in here and paste it and recorded. I am caught up with all of my giveaway stuff. Gotcha. Wouldn't surprise me if I was wrong. I don't know. I just fill out the form and send the email. It's the same email no matter if you're in the US or outside, or in the US or Canada or outside. So it's the same email. What you get as a result of that email as far as contact might be different. Unpin, good job. Unpin and delete. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm going in and deleting it from the description so I don't forget. Okay. Oh, timer's done. Okay, where are we now? We are back here. We are playing with trying to get this frame squared. Sure this is all clear. So we found out the top is square. So now we just need to figure out where it is not. No. So when I put this on like this, there's no rocking. We put it on like this. There's no rocking. Okay. What about like the other side? There's the rocking. Okay. So I don't want to disturb that. Where is, let's do this one. See if I can, oh, that one, definitely not in the, let's go here. Let's get some clamp action going and make sure everything is at there. And then I can see where this needs to go. So. This here, clamp that in place. Where'd my other clamp go? We'll just kind of work our way around to make sure everything's square to each other and see where it ends up. And make it easier and just use blind joints for the frame. That has been asked many, many times. I don't have an actual answer to it, but I suspect it has to do with when everything was designed. So that's there, and I'm gonna make sure that we're, yep, so that's good. So now, with both of these there, Just going to tweak this. I don't have an answer for why it's not blind joints. But I think they've stuck with the frame as it was, and that's probably the answer. So that's not, I wasn't expecting that to be fixed with that one. I'm gonna check the other corner here. I wanna make sure I don't disturb this plane. I'm working on this plane here, because this is all square. So I can loosen this one right here and not disturb this. I did feel that shift. I don't know exactly where it shifted. That's there. This here. There we go. And if I push down with that, it should be in plane in all the important directions. Yeah, that did it. I felt that shift. It cleared that up. Is there a missing bolt in the corner bracket? No? Yep. And then, let's see if it does this way. Yeah, that one shift, that one thing, it's not rocking on any sides now. I did the top, we'll double check the top, but raid, what raid? Yep. Awesome. Get into 3D Printopia. Spool should arrive this week. Nice. Yeah, this is good. This is good now. Okay, so I think we've got the one rail, and where's the next one go? So is there two? I thought was missing. Tighten all, apply some blue. Painter's tape to keep it from moving as you continue to assemble the frame. Remove. Rotate the frame 180 degrees so the rear side is facing your work surface. To secure another to the, rotate your frame upright, and the installed should appear on the left side of your machine as depicted below. Okay, so the next one goes, that's that. That seems odd. Did I do that right? Yeah, I think it's good. I think the next one goes like this. The next one is going to go right here. Printed spacer part. It's there. What's this if finished? It's a 5-tool tool changer. That's the N4s. I want the N3s. These the N3s? No, these are the N3s. Yep, 5-tool tool changer. Okay, so that goes, oh. That was not good. There we go. That one is missing a spring, the little ball spring. That might be fun to get out. Let's see if I can do that. And, oops. There we go. Get it turned up on its face. There. No, it's there. It's missing the spring. Missing the spring. Oh! Okay, I got a BB now. It fell right on out. So that one's not important. There, there, there. Then the opposite way. And then facing this one. And then the opposite. And 2, and 1 more. So we talked about open source. Who will be at MRF? So there's 3 events I'm going to in June. It's going to be busy. This way. The corner brackets give it a different aesthetic than what we're used to. So we'll see how it works out long term. I'm not complaining about them. So who is going to MRF? Kids want stickers. There we go. MRF is in, and it's MRRF. It's Midwest Rep Rap Festival. It's in Goshen, Indiana. In later, it's like the 20th-ish of June. It's that weekend around there. It's the weekend after Open Sauce. It is in Amish land. Yep. It is a different experience to be sharing the road with buggies. Okay, this time, where's my printed part? So, there. June 22nd and 23rd. Thank you. Just booked hotel transport for Smurf in December. You can do it that far ahead? Can you show us your streaming setup? I wonder how you read all the comments. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, there's nothing there that really matters. Let's see if we can get a good enough view with this. So, boom. Well, I'll just shaky cam it. So I have the monitor here, which is OBS. So this is my view here. I usually have Discord sitting here. And then I have chat right next to the camera. So I'm trying to look at the camera as I'm reading chat. So there's a little, that's a Sony EV10? EV10, something like that. And then stream setup is right there. And then this is the monitor. So this monitor is always, I assume the entire monitor is shared. So that's all that goes on there. And then my Clamp Champ overhead camera setup with lots of clamps. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clamps in that setup. And then my 6400 right there. Is that what you're looking for? I'll say it's normally hot as hell and I go to watch Fabrico stuff the kid into the Iron Man suit. Nice. A lot of clamps. That was my very temporary solution. So very temporary solutions that work become very permanent. It's too bad you don't have a device that can make parts out of, say, plastic to hold. That was temporary. This is temporary. I didn't need it to work for more than the Pooch Trident build stream. So that's a ZV-E10 is what that camera is. This one is the ZV-1, and this one's a 6400. Plans to make a ceiling track for a camera gantry in the future? No, I'm planning on even staying in this temporary location. I'm planning on moving the bench to this side of my garage, and there's a shelf cabinet unit above it that is I'm going to hang the cameras off of. So it'll be a different setup, but there will be a rail and track system involved. How long ago was that stream? It was last June, so about 10 months ago. All the cameras are via capture cards. So I have two capture setups. I have the Elgato 4-input capture card, the Elgato Pro or whatever, that most of the cameras are on. The camera that faces me is on one of the Elgato USB captures, and I wanted that separate in case something fails. I still have a camera that's working. I didn't want to run all of them into the same capture card. I think we're past temporary then. This is true. This is very true. I feel like I should pimp out the products I help make. What do you help make there, Alicia? Okay, just for fun, just for funsies. Let's see where this is. So that's at 15. That is less than a point, or right at a 0.1 swing across there. So I'm gonna call it good. Everything is temporary over a long enough time scale. This is true. That's equivalent to the other side in terms of being straight. I work for a company that makes microphone stands that you can convert into a camera stand. Ooh. I'm not actually tightening these, I'm just making sure I got all of them. Okay, then I'm gonna dive into my pack of stoppers again. Just make sure I'm not gonna lose these. I'm out of the nice little clip over one, so I'll just put a rubber stopper. Okay. Rotate the frame so the top working surface and front side, so the top is facing work surface and the front side facing you. Locate one of the 400. Oh, now I got to put these on? Well, I didn't grease those. That's why one should never write software hacks. They become a permanent part of the product. Someone's calling Bill young. Okay, I guess I'll pull that out. So place the MGN12 rail assembly. Oh, what is this? Rotate the frame so that the top, which is, I need to put a piece of tape and a label on for what is top or front or whatever. Where is this? Okay, if this is this the front? Which one is the front? I'm looking at it this way. So if I'm looking at this, maybe I have to go all the way back to where we determine what the front was. Look at the frame and choose one of the sides with 470 millimeter extrusions to be the front and orient this side facing you. For the rest of the guide, printed parts in assembly context. We'll use this nomenclature: front, back, left, and right. Multiple parts will attach to the same side will be designated as top and bottom. Lay the frame down on its front face. So I chose this to be the front then, according to that. This is the front. Oop. So this is the front. Does that mean that this stuff goes here? Let's find out. CAD. Let's look at the CAD. There we go. So if that, okay, there's the front. Where are the rails? Let's take the panels off. Frame. Standard lock. Where's the enclosure? There we go. Oh, is that the front? Did I do this backwards? No, that's the short side. That's good. So this is the front. I for info, that's a 470. So that's the long extrusion. Are you coming to open source or are you exhibiting there? Yes and yes. So that means you will be moving streaming back to the original streaming space eventually. Yeah, that might be a very flexible eventually. Okay, so that's the 470 millimeter extrusion. I for info, let's confirm. That's a 420, okay. And the rails are here and on the other side. So this is correct. So this is my front. Okay, let me get a piece of tape. Where's a piece of tape? Oh. Yeah, are you going to be there, Leo? I'm guessing if you're asking. Let's just put this. There's a front top. So far I missed the Phoenix peel, but as I understand it was auctioned for the fund, which was a brilliant idea. I am so happy with how that turned out. We earned over $1,800 towards Sanjay Mortimer Foundation for peeling panels off of a printer. It's awesome. Front. We will be with the Voron booth. Yes. Make a cushion for the top and use it for an ottoman at a hard surface, and it can also be a step stool. Yeah, this thing is beefy. Beefy. The peel was fun, but I need more practice with those huge panels. Okay, so now the next rails they're having us do are these, it appears. One on the front and one on the rear top. So let's go ahead and do those. I'd like to get through this guide at least. I was hoping to get through guide 3 today. But so here and here. So let's just go ahead and set this. Oh, I am going to get my workout. Mainsail devs just announced that they are introducing a maintenance tracker feature in their new release. Nice. What was that? What time? Okay, we got time. We got time. Okay. Team around cheering the peeler on. Yeah. The Voron team donated a pretty big chunk of that. As a team, there was 30 people there. So we did peel a panel as a team. Okay, let me get back down here to that long rail. We're gonna have to clean it. And then a 400 millimeter rail. So there should be 2 rails. Yep, 2 rails left that are this long. So that's these. We'd be able to take a couple small goodies home from Murph. Should have brought them to Colorado, but skipped my mind. Yeah, sure, if they fit on carry-on. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I want to make sure I understood that is going to be a Voron table at Murph. No, there will not be a Voron table at Murph. I am going to Murph, and there will be a Voron table at OpenSauce, with a few of us there. But we don't have an official presence at Murph. The only reason we have a presence at OpenSauce is because it's local to both me and Max. Makes it a little easier. The Rocky Mountain is an official event for us because, once again, proximity, and a lot of people end up going to it. So we don't have an official presence at 3D Printopia or Murph. We have had them at both of those in the past, but you just can't maintain that. Can't maintain that. You gotta, we're not a company. So. We will have a presence at Smurf. There will be some Vorons at Maker Faire Prague. There you go. When is that, Sanity? When is Maker Faire Prague? Rocky Mountain and Smurf are the, yeah, they have turned into the shows. See you, John. 11th and 12th of May. Oh, it's coming up. That rail feels different from the others. Yeah, that one feels different. We're going to investigate. There were a lot of Vorons and Voron derivatives at Rocky Mountain. Mm-hmm. Okay. Still surprising me how many North Americans traveled to Smurf. I had a blast at Smurf and the whole trip. I will be solo this year. My wife and I did the trip last year and made a vacation of it. This year, the hope is to do Form Next as a vacation. Go there, spend a little bit of time in Germany, and attend the show there. Okay, this was the one, so we're going to pull this off. This is the smooth one. The other one, we'll have to figure out why it's a little rough. I just show up to Rock Festival with Bone Stock Ender 3 and no one can stop me. There you go. I wouldn't stop you. I feel like I got enough grease for both sides in there. But then we also visit Switzerland then. I don't have any idea what the specific plans are for that trip. Similar to the England trip last year, I expect that we'll try to limit the scope of the trip just to not be overwhelmed and try to pack too much into a short period of time. We shall see. I don't know what exactly we're doing yet. You going Form Next this year, Steve? It's pretty close to Smurf. Yep, it is. That's why it won't be both of us going to Smurf. I'm going to go to Smurf. I'll be making it a much shorter trip this year, like fly in on Thursday and fly out on Monday, where Form Next will be like a 2-week vacation. Okay. Vacation scope creep is real. Yes. And that we managed to keep Smurf, the England trip, pretty sane. We spent the first bit in Oxford leading up to the show, and then spent several days in London and made a little side trip to visit Cambridge. I really want to get to Prague, Sanity. That would be the side trip we would do on that trip, if I can make it happen. Okay, so this one is feeling a little more, I can feel more in there. So we'll go a little further in the, I've already labeled that. So a little further into that and try to figure out what's going on. The one you over at work thing and ended up doing day trips to 2 others. A little extra bit of cleaning out the See you, John. Daughter wants ice cream. I want ice cream. It's getting to be ice cream weather. Actually, somewhat warm in here. Why not use a gap between Form Next and Smurf as your holiday trip saves a flight? That's true. That's true. It's just, it's right at, it straddles Thanksgiving is the problem there. I don't know how that would work out. That's very true though. I'm gonna try just cleaning this and greasing it for the first check here. Visit 3 EU countries in 30 minutes, yeah. Just carefully putting them back in if they fall out. That'll be good there. Go. Wayne, thanks for being a member. No hassle with customs. Darn it, you gave me an idea. It's not a bad idea. Then my wife could see another part of England. That's a lot though. But I'd be more, only one real jet lag instance too. Only one. I don't know if she can do the time. Ooh, that's fun. Don't drop the carriage. Fortunately, the grease held everything in place. Okay, so the idea here is just put this back on here and see how it behaves. It is still really tight. I don't know if... These are Z0s. It is smoother. It is smoother, it's just tight. Steve Vlogs Travel Channel. It's smoother. There isn't as much of the steps in there. It's just tighter. This one is actually labeled Z0. So this is definitely tighter than I would imagine a Z0 should be, because that's on the light preload. It is the Y rails. I don't think this is ideal, but I think I'm gonna run it. It's interestingly tight, but I don't think it's gonna hurt anything. And it may just wear in. There's not a whole lot I can do about it is the thing. And also I don't think it's really gonna impact it. This one now feels, they feel about the same now. This one has a tiny bit. If you move it slow, you can kind of feel. I think they'll be okay. So I don't think it's gonna be. It's the Y rails. We'll see what the X feels like when we get there. I'll actually check it in between streams, but I will report back on how it feels. Okay. We have, why in the world are those ordered like that? I don't like it. It's not symmetric. It's going to be symmetric. And is there a spacer for where these go? Maybe. Actually, let's go here. There we are. So I'm going to set this right here. So if I go start from the ends, now I'm going to check something. So if we're looking at this, there are, as far as like location of the hole in these T-nuts versus which hole it lines up with, it looks like this one might line up with the second hole based on, oops, where was that? Based on looking at this, it's kind of hard to tell. Let's look at the CAD to confirm and see if there's anything that's going to be in the way. So if we're looking at this stuff up here, this is the railing question. And I just double clicked it to, it's OCP. P is in personality. Not D as in disorder. So that goes there. Does this have a, does this, if I click any face on this body and hit V, it hides that body. So you can see where bolts go, and there's no bolt going up into this slot here. So I think we're okay there on clearance. Okay, Control Z. B is in behavior. And then we can come over here and make sure there's nothing. Click here and hit V as in Victor. There's nothing that bolts in there. So I think I'm okay on the rails just going with it. Okay. So if we go back to here, I can just continue with what I was doing. I want to make sure I wasn't in a scenario where like another one of these T-nuts needed to slide down under the end in order to have clearance. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be good. That'll leave 2 free in the center. So now, what? Can you say more tips for Fusion 360? I'm learning to work with this. As we have opportunities to bring things up, I try to do that. Never like OCD as an acronym. Letters are out of order. Time to play productive. See you, Bearded Bucket. Nice to see you last weekend. Experiencing the YouTube emoji bug. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's zoom back out. And we are going to, is there a spacer in here for where this goes? Yes. It must be this guy. Oh, not that guy? Which spacer is this? That one, or this goes on there. Printed installation tool, and the printed installation tool is flush to something. Let's go back to the CAD and find out, because I don't actually know that that's the same tool that I have. So let's go here. So this, we're looking at the front. It's right here. That is, we go I for measure. Let's go there to that surface is 16.5 millimeters. How big is this tool that I have here? 16.5, perfect. And which side is that on? That is on the opposite side from these guys. So that goes over here. Right there. And that goes there. Okay. That goes there, and now I'm going to line up all of these. there. So now we've talked about open source and Murph. Is there anybody who happens to be going to Rapid TCT? Oh, anybody going to Rapid? Why is that? There we go. Getting these things lined up. What are we at? Almost 2. Oh, April's home. Oh. Everybody still there? Haven't seen any. Nobody's going to Rapid? It's a trade show, so it's not typical. It said 16.5 in the instructions. Oh, did I miss that? Okay, so that is on there. We're going to tighten that down just a little bit. Tighten that down just a little bit. And go from the center. Ow. I have a cut on my finger that I just scraped the screwdriver of the driver against. Love to go to TC2 Rapid, just no reason that justifies it. Yeah. So my plan is to fly basically directly from Murph to Rapid. Okay, let's see how this does. So basically right there near 0. Oh, that is within like 3 ticks. 3 ticks all the way across, it's even. So that's good. These are LDO. These are LDO. Some stoppers in here. There we go. So as you do builds, it's really kind of handy to keep these little stoppers that come in some rails, because not all of them include them. It's nice to have. Okay, next ones. This guy is going to go here this time. There we go. 2, 3, and 4. Do you think Voron Design will release a tool changer? That's a good question. My typical answer for that, when we're talking about what will Voron Design release, since there isn't a, it's not a company, there's no driving, like sales driving. It's all about what someone finds interesting to work on. So what we do is driven by the motivation and time and stuff of the team. So if someone decided to tackle a tool changer and was able to do it in some way that follows the kind of the Voron Design ethos, then yeah, sure. But I don't know if that, when or if, or anything like that. Does that make sense? So that goes there. There. So it is handy to use this tool even for the initial putting in the screws, because that's so close on the edges of these slots. There's not, if this rail has to be very centered in order to have a good purchase, a good mounting surface. Down here to kind of get it in place. Rapid TCT is very cool. I'm excited it's going to be so close to me this year. I've seen all the huge industrial printers that cost like a house. Yeah, freaking expensive. Printers can get expensive. Maybe getting through guide 1 today. I have to pick up the pace. I'm hoping this isn't a 2.5 month build, but it may be. And that's 2.5 months worth of builds. I'm gonna have like 3 in, or at least 2 in June that I won't be able to do. Okay, and one more. So there. Just kind of barely tighten these just to kind of hold it in place. And we're going to start from the center. Rapid TCT is in LA. Yep. That's the only reason I'm going. Or I'm hoping to go. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Let's see, right there. So all the way across. Okay, that one's a bit further off and it's not bowed, which means I'm at an angle. So I'm going to loosen these a little bit. Let's put this on here. Okay, so if that is at basically 10 right there, move this down here. We want to go right there. Let's see if we can get that there. Let's do just a light tightening. Okay, let's see how that is. So that's at the 15. Yeah, that is within the 0.1. Ish. Yeah. Ish. Mm-hmm. When we're dealing in 0.1 millimeters across this, ish is fine. Okay, with everything tightened down. Make sure it's all tight. Okay, now let's try one more quick, just see where it's at with everything fully tightened. Max out at like 0.15 off, maybe 0.12. Why the dial indicator on this build and not others? Because I've learned, I'm just adding it because it's fun. For the most part, using the printed spacers, as long as they're tight on there and you're consistent in how they go across, your build's gonna be okay. This is just being a little extra. Just being a little extra. Okay, so that is done. Apply some blue painter's tape to keep it from moving. Because you can, exactly. Should appear on the underside of the top frame as depicted here. Yep. Move the frame aside. Here, that should be the long side of, towards the, yeah, okay. So the big gap here is towards the side rail side, and that's true. Style indicator is in your Amazon list. Gumiran, beautiful state. I just can't live there. Move the frame aside and place the 2020 extrusion of 395 millimeter in front of you. Locate the remaining and remove. Oh, I guess we're getting to that right now. Okay, set the frame aside. Set the frame aside and pull out the X-rail. It's not right. There we go. Okay. So I need a 395 millimeter long 2020. That is probably this one, I'm guessing. $395. Yep. Always custom machine aluminum spacers, tight fit both to the rails and frame. Except there is a variance depending on brand and batch and everything on these extrusions. Should design one with a mechanism to clamp it to the outside and the inside where it stays centered. Frame aside, that's what UPS did to the tri-band? Yes. Yes. Okay, I need some 2020 T-nuts now. M3 2020. These might be M4. I think those are M4. Yep. Make them larger with set screws. It's in the wrong way. There you go. So the M3s here are nifty black T-nuts. Yep. Okay, so the remaining where did this rail go? There's got to be a third one for the bed that we just haven't installed yet. Okay. This is our X rail. Rails aren't always the same width too, but they're going to be closer than the frames, right? Maybe not the same on the very fine scale. But practically, they're going to be really close on the rails. Be careful touching the third rail. Why? Truggy? Okay. Mark that. Found one's near 0.1 millimeter difference. Ew. Electric rail cars. I guess I am ending up doing every rail in this build today. Third rail is always hot. Oh. Got it. Got it. I've never lived anywhere with rails like that. We have a small commuter train here, but it does everything overhead. Smush them back into place. Why is it important to remove the oil from factory? I'm not actually removing the oil. I mean, the oil, ooh, those really went. I'm not removing it. I'm just kind of not replacing it, but putting this grease, displacing it, and assuming it'll be good enough. I missed it. Did you remove the ball bearings on purpose? No, they just kind of pop out as I'm working on that. But as long, don't panic. Don't drop it. Orientate it. I put the red mark there to in line with the groove in the carriage. Just a reference point, no other reason. Supplemental grease, yep. When I see those, my heart skips a beat. That feels fine. Okay. I'm going to preemptively, since we're not assembling this into the frame, it's not at the moment, I'm going to throw stoppers on the end. There we go. Okay, so that is going to go there. One, basically go back to every other one. Perfect. Didn't want to stay there. See you, Arthur. Gotta head out. Thanks for the stream, Steve. Have a good week. Have a good week. Somewhat centered there. There we go. And probably M3x8s, I would imagine. Place. Secure it with 3 printed 2020. And 3x8s. And 3x8s. That's these guys. Ooh, bye-bye. Okay. A little bit of play in there. So we'll be, okay, and then how does this line up on the thing? Probably centered. Now that all, hold the printed in, oh, there's a alignment tool over here. Oh, interesting. Wow. It pushes it quite off center. So this is the printed alignment tool. So it's going to go right there. Almost, it's about 1 millimeter off from flush over here. Tighten all of them. Okay. So we're going to go there. This has some level of play there. We'll see how it dials out. It's in the center. Check the CAD. I got. Go. So if that does that, we're going to take these off for a moment so we can check the dial indicator. What are we checking in the CAD? And then we get to Z-axis support. So let's look at the CAD here. This is the X rail. Let's get rid of that. This is the X extrusion right here. X belt. There's an X rail. So yeah. Yeah, that's all. It goes on that side. Goes almost all the way on that side. Interesting. Oh. Is that right? What am I doing? That's not right. That's not the X rail. What, did I do that right? Did I not pay attention? Yeah, that's an extrusion. That's a full extrusion. That's not the, what is this? I assumed this was the X extrusion. It's not. What is this that we're working on? Careful not to let the MGN12 curd slide to the end or off the rail as you move it around during installation. Yeah, me, good call. On what? Oh, checking the CAD? Yeah. This is pictured a full rail or extrusion. But if we look at CAD, this is not a full extrusion. That is a half extrusion. See that? Is this the rail we're talking about? It's 375 millimeters on that rail. That's it. That's the 375. There are no other rails that are 375. I think that's a thing in the instructions. Yeah. Oh, but that says Z-axis support. This is the other Z-axis. This is not the same rail here. Okay, let's investigate a little more. So we have these two, and then we have this guy. It says move the frame aside and place the 2020 extrusion 395 millimeters in front of you. Locate the remaining 335 millimeter MGN12 rail. That's why I put the wrong rail on there. My bad. Yep. Need to scrounge around the Fusion either to figure out where the other half of the rail went. No, I'm not reading the instructions right. I didn't read the instructions. I saw 395 and didn't actually register which rail I was using. I've got a 375 rail. I've got the 395 extrusion. This 375 rail goes on a different extrusion. This shorter extrusion goes here. This is the other Z rail we still needed. So we were not on to the X. So that was me. Let's fix that. It was all me. Not reading the numbers right. I think some of the, I feel like a lot of the wording here is left over from original builds. Move the frame aside and place the 220 extrusion of 395 millimeters is a weird sentence pattern for that. Right? Okay. That can go there. Let's put the stoppers in here. Okay. This one is going on here as a Z rail. So we are here. That means that these two are going to go like that. This one's going to go there, there, and there. Odd verbiage. Yeah, the wording is a little unique. Sorry, I took a Benadryl nap. The words and diagrams also need to be spaced better and the language cleaned up a bit to make it easier to understand. For sure. How dare you not be here? Okay, live long and check cat. Okay, make sure all these are loose enough that I can slide this around. Let's put this right here. That. And this guy goes on the end. All this slides over to there. I'm gonna take that one down. How can a professional such as Steve possibly perform effectively without your ongoing? I know. Okay. Let's see how that lined up. Change my setup here a little bit. No longer the in a little bit. Oh, shoot. Very much there we go. So right here, we're right at 20. I'm sorry, you can't read this, but okay, so that one moved off to the side quite a bit. Loosen these a little bit. So here is right at 30. Ooh, that's interesting. Less than 0.1 across the way. Checking his rails with a precision dial, and I'm over here using Kentucky. All right, now that we're tightening it down, there. Yeah. Less than 0.1 across there. It is getting warm in here. You can turn on the AC. What time is it? 2:30? We're probably not too far. I'm trying to get through step one apparently. This little thing is handy, Bill. Just to get, I mean, I can set it right on an MGN12 carriage and it holds on. Okay, we are going to get through guide 1 today. That is the goal. I'd hope to get through guide 3, but okay, so that's done, Now we have insert 2 M4 slot 6 roll-in nuts into the 395 2020 extrusion below. So we have this, and we need 2 M4s. These are the, so we go there and there. Oh, and that one is toast. Let's see if we can bring it back. Spring isn't springing. There we go. Taking a little longer than expected. Well, we ran into a little extra problem earlier, so place the printed part Z-axis support the bottom as below. Where are they? 1 and 2. Okay, so that is this guy. It goes like this. It goes like this, it looks like. Tighten M4 by 16s. M4 by 16s. M4 by 16. M4 by 16s are right here. Going on Tuesday? That's a good question. You have about 9 hours before you run into Monday, so you could technically still get through guide 3 today if you wanted to. Technically. Okay. I think that's the first printed part. That's the first printed part that we've used in the build. Insert 2 M4 slot into the other end. The exact positions will be realized later. Okay. Quick, someone order the man some tacos. I could use some tacos. I'm gonna get something to eat here. So our friend Reth is actually stopping by. He's California local anyway. It's a few hours away. He obtained a bamboo. So I have a bamboo infecting my garage right now. It's about to be gone though, so it'll be okay. But he's stopping by, so that's kind of putting me at a hard cutoff here pretty soon, which is fine. We've made good progress today. Identified some stuff to work on, that kind of thing. Okay, place the printed part support bracket as shown. So that is this guy. That's this instruction. It's likely that your M4 slot 6 roll nuts are not aligned with the proper holes at first, yada yada. Stand the extrusion up until it is flush with the top. Tighten them. Okay. Where were those? There. 4x16s, right? 4x16s. Bamboo in the garage under the car tire. It is infecting. Yes, it is infecting my garage. Oops. This will be easiest. It's going away soon. It's an A1 mini. I mean, not an A1 mini. Is it a mini? No, it's just an A1. It's in the box, so hopefully any contagions are contained. Yeah, it's an A1. Okay, so that's that piece. It was fun to be back in the land of Torchy's tacos. I like Reth. Reth is cool. Reth is very cool. Oh, hey, Joseph. Plug it in. Can you send me the Tridex PTFE back piece after stream? It's out there, Bruno. I put it on my GitHub before stream. So go check it out. It's out on my GitHub. You use the regular Voron grill piece. I think it's in the same spot, but you use the regular V2 or Trident grill piece with it. Okay. Collect your assembled frame and orient it with the right side facing you. And that's the one with the 2 rails here. I think I don't really speak for myself when I say that a side effect of COVID was 3D printer building. Should we report this to the CDC? Exact positions. Okay, so insert 2 M4s, the big M4s. It's interesting. They call these M4 slot 8. I'd call these 4040 M4 T-nuts. Slot 8 is because the width of the slot in there is 8 millimeters. Then the other ones, they call it slot 6. 2020 slot 6, when I would just call them 2020 T-nuts. M3 2020 T-nuts or M4. Okay, so those and those sides, and then this gets bolted in. We'll read those instructions a little closer here in a minute. Set stuff out of the way. There, let me get the big frame. This thing is not light. There. I think Chris said the slot 6, slot 8 designation were European. Probably. There are 2020s with slot 5 too. That makes sense. And that's a European thing as well, right? I get it now. I didn't realize there were 30/30 slot 9s. Okay, I'm on board. Let's see, what were we supposed to do here for these? Okay, so that is with the top. Which side is that then? It's the right side? No, it's got to be the opposite. Yeah, the right side. Yep. Okay, so let's turn this up on its end like this. This goes on the underside. Is that right? That goes on the underside. Okay, so let's turn it one more time so we can actually see what we're doing. So if this goes here, this is right here. Oh, right. I'm getting myself mixed up. I think it goes right here. 40 M4s. Be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. I think that goes right there. Is that right? Getting orientated. Orientation on this is very disorienting. It's actually not there. It goes here. Designing a tool changer printer of my own, want to see it? Well, yeah. Always interested in new designs. Okay, that one's going to live there for now. I'll get it out, but that one's going to live there for a while. So do I have this right? There we go. It's in the bottom side. And then, oh, in the side right here of there. Okay. Oh, and then there's a big spacer here. Big spacer, print spacer. Which side does that go in? Let's go to the CAD for clarification. So we are looking at this piece right here. Oops. This extrusion right there is what we're installing right now. This goes to which side? So if that's there, this goes over here. Is that the back side? What's the front? Which is the front when I'm looking at this? I turned off the enclosure. Which is the front now? Come on. Catch up. There we are. There's the front. So it goes to the back. Okay. Woo. So this printed spacer thing here squeezes into the extrusion back here. And then which way does that go? Then the carriage towards the front of the printer. Because there's our carriage towards the front of the printer. Okay, so this guy goes on here, and it goes in here, and right like that. You didn't get a good view of that. Let's go. Let's turn this whole thing around so it's actually a spot where I can work on it too. There we go. So that goes there, and then this goes into the side. So we need some 2020 M4s for up here. So those go out to out. Is that correct? It doesn't seem like they would work out to out. Those won't work in that orientation. So looking at this, putting the T-nuts in that orientation, and looking at the two holes here, if I hold these side to side, you can't line them up. So we need to go the other way. And maybe I'll go this way, and then it'll be hidden in there. Linear rail faces the front of the printer. The tool dock is on the left of the printer. Yep, that's where we're at. So that one's gonna go there, and that one's gonna go there. So this little bit in the manual, I would tweak if anybody's keeping notes, because that's not gonna work that way with the current printed parts. Okay, place so with this piece here, pushed into place. Oops, I want this. This is gonna go on here, which means we need to move this to there and that to there. That all looks pretty good. This is flush. So what bolts do we do? I think there's a lot of language in here that could be trimmed out, because there is a lot of what I'm reading here about getting these T-nuts lined up. There's so much words in here talking about how to make sure you can get to these T-nuts. And it's repeated. Explain it the first time, and then cut it shorter in the future, in the further instructions. It's explained for every single one of the linear or the MGN rails type thing. So it's appreciated the first time, but so many words to sift through. So I need M4 by 35s. That's the next size up over here. M4 by 35. So those should go in here. See my email. Okay, do I need to see my email right now, or can I see my email after stream? Too many words, yes. It's exactly what it is. Move to the bottom until the other hole lines up with corresponding, loosely install the other M4 by 35s. Okay. loosen this up. But I really appreciate all the work the foreign teams. Documentation is so hard. Okay. Now this can come over. That can be tightened back down. And then, do I want to just do this? Right there. Just use my square to make sure this is completely vertical whenever convenient for you. Okay. Okay, I think that is in there, and then this can get pried out. This was I think I'm over extruding on this KVP filament because the things are a little tight. So that's probably why that other alignment piece was tight. I do not want to just pry on this and scar up my frame. Let's get something softer or something. Something I can wedge in there. What can I wedge in there? What can I wedge in there? Just again. I'll just wiggle it out. Wow, that is really tight in there. Here's my aluminum painted. There. I really wedged it in. Now I think I can fit a printed thing in here. Push it even further. There we go. There. PA and extrusion probably weren't perfect on this part. I didn't scratch the frame though. I did not scratch the frame. Ooh, now it's extra hot in here. Okay, move the printed tool, bottom of the rear tab. I think that was just the alignment. Hey, we can put feet on it. Let's put some feet on it. So, move the frame aside, locate the 12 printed corner bracket lock parts. An M3 heat set insert will be installed flush into one side of 6 of those and the other side of the other 6. That's a good question. Is it still vertical? It is still vertical. It was pretty tight, so. Okay, so I already did this. I inserted these heat sets. Orient your frame to face an upper corner. An upper corner, okay? We're going to orient the frame to face an upper corner. What was that? What was that? Oh, what that? Oh, that was the one that I left in there. There's the T-nut over here that I left in here. I was thinking, what in the world is moving on this? Because there shouldn't be anything. Get this thing out of here now that I have an angle at it. There. Okay, turn this to where it is on the top. And these guys, which are a bunch of printed brackets, these guys go in here. Now, are these actually going to go in there? Yes. Ooh, there, just like that. These go up in here. And the one that was the opposite way goes on this side. This is a very interestingly tight fit. Can this go in? Nope. This just has to. There we go. Oh, that's not a great view, so we'll do that. Did you put stops in the last rail? No, good call. It's stiff enough it didn't move, but good call. Now it did. Okay, may have to trimming on these pieces. Okay. Let's try that. There we go. Perfect. Fit like a glove. Okay. Now, oh, I hit the space bar. Okay. Insert a printed corner bracket top as shown. So let's grab a printed corner bracket top, which is this guy, goes onto here. Nice. Okay. And then insert an M3x10 socket head into the recessed hole, and then push the screw in by hand, and then tighten it into there. Okay. M3x10. Must be these guys? M3x10, yep. Okay, there we go. And that just locks that in place. Marathon build? No. We are not finishing it today. So that's one corner. Then we're gonna do 4 of those corners, just like that. Okay, that's those. And then repeat the other 3 with the top corner brackets installed. We're gonna insert some heat sets into here. We're gonna put some heat sets in the feet. More heat sets in the feet. And then we're gonna put more of these corner things on the bottom. And then the foot goes in. Shoot, let me see, let me check my messages. I wanna make sure that we are not, because I've got, like I said, I have Reth coming over and I don't want to be, who is that? Who is this? I don't know who that is. Give me a moment. I want to see how much time I actually have. Let me send a quick message. Okay. So that is that one. Let's just go ahead and do, you know what I'm thinking is I'd probably do a foot and then we'll probably call it. So I'll have done a top and a foot and then I'll just repeat those. So let's do a foot now. So we did a top corner. Now let's do the foot. Those corner cubes are reminiscent of Masumi corners, but more better. These seem to be pretty nice. The one I checked was very square to my machinist square. So, okay, so these are gonna go in here. And one in. A little bit of cleaning up of edges. I think it's mostly the edges that need cleaned up. Because once they're in there, they fit fine. Looking like the only challenge side of the build is interpreting the manual. Just orientation is really the thing that I think I've had the most trouble with, is figuring out what is the orientation, and bringing up the CAD is helping with that. That's close. Now we're gonna use this piece. There we go. But whack. Now, so we have a foot. Which one is this? So we have I'm gonna grab one of each foot because they are different once you put they are different, because if you notice here, they say put this heat set on one side on 2 of them and on the other side of 2 of them. It is tanky, Daniel. This thing is heavy. It's giving me a workout. Worth considering swapping my extrusions for blind joints. It's using Masumi corner cubes. On a V2, 100%, Andrew. I don't like corner cubes anymore on a V2 because of the importance of having those vertical extrusions aligned and having nothing else to help keep everything lined up. On a Trident, I'd probably still recommend it, but it's not as critical. Okay, locate the 4 and then place the appropriate corner bracket lock into the 40. So that's what we did there. The pictures are very hard to see details on. Or for a TPU shoe, okay. The pictures are very hard to see details on. They're far too dark. Insert the printed corner bracket bottom, which has an M4 insert, which will show through the open hole in the corner bracket. So I'm gonna try these until it shows through the, oh, it'll go here. So, this is not the one because that is the hole right here. So we want this one because we'll see that insert through this hole here. The new guides are wireframe. Oh, good. That's right. There are new guides. I'm dealing with old stuff, right? Okay. Now 2 M3 by 10s going where? Okay, hold on a second. Why did it have me put those in? Why did it have me place the appropriate corner lock into the 40 extrusion as shown? Only one. Okay, I put 2. I put 2. I should only put 1. But which one? Oh, oops. Just 1. Okay. Now I got to get this one out. I need to get both of them out because I put them. Okay. This one's coming out easy. That one's out easy. I've got an idea. As long as I don't break the thing while I'm doing it. Thread a screw into the insert here. Kind of use that to kind of work it out. Ha! I did not damage any of that. So now this one goes in here. Put a little bit of clearance. A little bit of clearance, a little bit of thwack. There we go. Hey, Dutch dude. Okay, so that goes there. Then this goes on here. And then this screw goes in this side. Like that. And then insert the printed, here, let's zoom in on this. Printed corner bottom, which has an M4 insert, which show through the bottom hole. And then I think place an M3 through there. And then this, line up the M3 heat set insert in one of the printed corner bottom locks. Where's that go? Oh, that goes right here. Okay. So now this comes in here and locks in with a screw that comes in from here. And then I think a screw goes in here to lock into that. Been looking for a while. This thing's little beefcake. Little beefcake. That is a good term. that goes in there. And then it is another M3 by 10 through there. This goes up through the bottom. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Maybe it's, so that's using the angle into the hex wrench, tighten the M3. Is there one that goes in here? Oh, M4 by 25. M4 by 25 flathead. Wow. All the things. I think that M4 by 25 flathead, M4 by 25 flathead, where is that? I've got socket heads. It says flathead. Where's the M4 by 25 flathead? Is that this guy? M4 by 20, M4 by 25, here they are. Yep, okay. So M4 by 25 goes through this piece, which is one of these, goes in here, and then locks all that together. So it just goes into this one here. And that's done. Have you run? My battery is about dead. Great stream and good work on this interesting printing. Thanks, Art Chapman. This is good. So what I've done here is I've done one corner of this. I'm gonna finish the others, but we are gonna have to call it here in just a second as we wrap up. I had a pretty hard deadline at 3 o'clock today, is what I set. Like I said, Reth will be here any moment, I imagine. So, yeah, this is good. We ran into a couple little hiccups. Nothing we can't get past. This guy can come off of here. Ooh, little guide piece. I've got all my stoppers on the rails, so nothing's gonna fall off. I'm gonna put probably the rest of the feet on first, and then I will switch over to doing the tops. Set this down. It is a workout. Yeah, it's a 300 by 300 by 275 is what the documentation says. And then apparently there's some TPU feet I can print that I haven't printed yet, which I can do. I will do that before next stream. I will tell them you said hi. With that, Tuesday, I'm not sure what we're doing yet. Tuesday we will, I'm not sure. I'll post it up tomorrow. Next Sunday we'll be back at this. So we'll be working on this all the way up through probably the next 2 or 3 months. We'll be working on this printer, especially considering I thought we'd get through part 3 today and we got through basically through part 1. I don't think there's anything else here. Yep, that's the end of part 1. So we got through part 1 today. Part 1 in the first stream. So that means that I'm ahead on next week. I have less prep to do for next week. Anyway, have a good rest of your weekend, everybody. We'll see you on Tuesday, and hope you have a good one. Thanks for the gifted memberships, donations. Thanks for being here. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build.